Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the second day of the European Ideas Forum, one of the Martin Center flagship events, which brings together leading voices to address some of the most important challenges facing the European Union. My name is Alicia Montes de Oca, and I will be guiding you through today's program. We hope you are ready and eager for another day of insightful discussions on climate policy, tech sovereignty, competitiveness, and the future of our democracies. We now turn to our first panel of the day, titled The Future of Climate Policies. Few policy areas have been as ambitious and contested in recent years. The question today is no longer about the objectives alone, but about delivery. How to reconcile climate ambition with competitiveness, social fairness, and political credibility in a rapidly changing global context. To guide us through this timely discussion, it is a real pleasure to hand over to our moderator, Dr. Peter Hefele, Policy Director of the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies. Over to you, Peter.
So, good morning and welcome back to the European Ideas Forum 2025. It's a great pleasure to again moderate different topics. Yesterday we had to span a wide horizon of topics from AI to international politics to Ukraine, and we are continuing today with another central piece of European policy. That's the whole issue of transformation, the future of climate policy, but it is neatly linked, of course, with competitiveness, the European role as a global actor as well. So I'm extremely delighted to have wonderful speakers with us, and one will join us indeed online from Portugal, but I'm very happy to have both of you here. Dolores, as the Secretary General of the EPP, very busy times. Just mentioned you came from the Parliament, so the last 2 weeks are extremely busy with a lot of issues. And Mettler, I think you are also very well known here in Brussels in different capacities, from the Commission to very strong voice in terms of the transformation from an economic private sector perspective, and Secretary General of the Ministry of Economics in Lisbon, Mr. Barroco. He will join us later on. Hopefully we will have him online. Well, you know, these days, and just recently, for example, we finally agreed that we stick with our climate goals of 2040. It was a heavy debate, and I think the debate is definitely not over, but these are one of the issues we are going to debate later on. I would like to discuss with you over the next roughly 50 to 55 minutes, first, the gap between the ambitions, and I think European Union is still maintaining very high ambitions if I compare it to other big nations. And then what are we going to deliver? Are we able to do that or not? And the second is indeed an issue on balancing the ambitious climate goals, the competitiveness, and issues such as social fairness and our global standing. I'm very delighted, Secretary of State, Mr. Barroco, to have you here on the screen. I hope you can hear us. Good morning to Lisbon.
Hi, good morning.
Perfect.
I can hear you just fine.
That is already an important issue. So let's start a bit on this issue of ambitions and what we are going to do delivery. I think the economic and political environment has dramatically changed when we started in the first von der Leyen period on this green goal, and this was a different world, definitely, and we had high gains. We had been aware, of course, that the transformation is important, but now we have seen a lot of issues. We have to reshift budgets because defending, we talked about Ukraine yesterday, strains very much on our national and European budgets. The other thing is it's an ongoing criticism on the regulatory burden. We have a lot of omnibuses running around in Brussels. Let's see whether they will really move the shop ahead. And there's a growing skepticism, of course, among people, whether we will manage it, whether it is socially fair. And these are topics we are going to discuss. Ms. Mettler, when we met first, in your former capacities, you put very much an emphasis on innovation, less regulatory approaches, let the market forces run and bring innovation. So let's start with this topic. Where are we standing? Is the regulatory burden slowly weakening? Have we more space, more air to breathe as entrepreneurs, for example?
Excellent question. And thank you for inviting me to contribute to this. So the first thing to say about ambition is ambition means nothing without delivery. So ambition on paper is useless, if I can say that. And I think that the last 5 years have been very sobering because at the beginning of the first von der Leyen Commission, there really was a lot of momentum and political consensus that we wanted to be leaders. But what we have to say today is a lot of the decarbonization we have seen in Europe has come through deindustrialization. And this no one signed up for. And I found it very disheartening that only at the end of the von der Leyen I Commission did we really understand that there was basically no business case for the Green Deal, which, remember, was sold to us as the new growth agenda. So this is a very sobering point. If you compare us to the United States and China, I need to say that also from a global perspective, I think the perception is that China is beating us hands down on decarbonization and on leadership in clean technologies, which then brings me to the point that you raised around innovation. Because the point I want to make to you today is the issue remains valid, but it cannot only be viewed through a climate perspective. Why? Because clean energy is today very much about security and resilience. 60% of our energy today is imported in the form of fossil fuels. 60%. Europe is a resource-poor geography. We don't have oil and gas. By the way, that number is higher than it was 2 decades ago. We import more fossil fuels today, proportionally speaking, than we did 2 decades ago. So despite all the climate this and that and target, we continue to be very reliant on fossil energy. And that's sobering and that's dangerous. Let me say it's dangerous. On clean technologies, we are highly dependent, and in some segments, really virtually fully dependent on China. So these dependencies in energy are dangerous. They're really dangerous. And the only way for us to go forward is to embrace clean energy, but we need to do it in a much smarter way, much smarter way. I can speak a little bit about this if you would like me to. Because basically what we have done is in our approach to climate and clean energy, it's been all about regulation and targets. What I want to advocate for here is really simplification. Because I've spent the last 6 years trying to get clean tech startups off the ground in Europe. I can tell you we have amazing entrepreneurs, we have amazing technologies. That's not the issue. The issue is nothing scales. And here, my message to you is we are not only over-regulated, we are over-governed. The problem that these companies faced were not just regulations, but energy is very regional. So they start off at a regional level where you need to get permits, which is a notorious difficulty in Europe. But then you deal with the national level, right, for all sorts of regulations. And then usually in clean energy, you're dealing with a subsidy. So that then brings you to Brussels and DG Competition, DG ENA, etc. For a small company, this is a degree of complexity that they simply cannot manage, And then on top of everything, you're facing a very fragmented market. You face very high costs. So the point is, we have basically what we need in Europe, but nothing scaled. So this is something to do for the policymakers here in Brussels and the member states. So simplification is important. If I can give an example, everyone's talking about grids and the grid package is coming. I've looked at the tendering process for grids. They are 23,000 pages per tender. So when a transmission system operator puts out a tender, it comes with 23,000 pages. Can you imagine that? No. So what I want to see from Brussels is, can't we have functional tenders? Can't we say we expect the technology to do this and then maybe take it down to just 1,000 or 2,000 pages, which would still be a lot. But this is what I want to see from Brussels. It's not just all this sort of top-down regulation, but really where can we simplify? Which brings me to my second point. Brussels used to be really good at standardization, right? If you think about the GSM standard, if we want to scale quickly, it is crazy that everything is such a bespoke tendering process, a bespoke product. You know, we're talking about energy. So energy is not like an iPhone. You don't need really a really sophisticated user interface. We can just say, these are the specs, and now, you know, this is the standard, and then we go out and we deploy. We don't do that, right? Everything is really sort of customized at a national level. So this needs to change. My last point is there is a trend in energy, which is, I call it modularity, where you basically, you can think of it a little bit like Legos, you know, where you can put things together. I mean, this would be a European strength. If we had the standardization, if we say we had this modularity, we can build systems together between hardware and software. Why is no one thinking about this here? This is the way to go at it. I always say innovation takes place at the intersection of different disciplines. But because the public sector cannot organize itself, and here we have energy, and here we have digital, and here we have industrial policy, we get these really sort of fragmented policies that really don't add up to innovation. So there's huge scope for improvement.
Well, a lot of topics we discussed yesterday with AI. I see a lot of similarities in between. But Dolores, being the Secretary General of the largest political party, the European People's Party, we are the strongest political force, and that comes with a lot of responsibility as well. And we have gone through a lot of debates internally. Our family is quite big. But describing from your position and also from a political party's perspective, how would you describe the approach the party has now chosen in terms of innovation, competitiveness and subsidiarity? And later on we're going to our colleague in Portugal to see a bit more on the national level, because Natalie, you correctly pointed out that we have the European level here, but there's a lot of things on the other levels. But Dolores, back to the party stuff.
Thank you so much. First of all, Europe, it's you know, in the middle of a crossroad with three main issues. First, security and defense. This is clear. The second one, competitiveness, the one that she was explaining to us, and the third about climate. But let me put the focus in the competitiveness. What we need to be competitiveness, and this is the point of view of European People's Party. The first, energy, of course. We don't have to depend on third countries. We have to be sovereignty with the energy, but we have to reduce the price of this energy. And I can put now 2 points on the table. Nuclear. Yes, EPP was the one that put the nuclear energy as a green and climate energy for transition. And second thing, for example, I'm from, and because you know the minister is from Portugal, and Portugal and me, we are from the Peninsula Iberica, and the Peninsula Iberica is not connected with the rest of Europe. And what we did to connect Peninsula Iberica with the rest of Europe to do a union market of energy. So the first, it's energy. The second one is red tape. We have to cut all the burdens, all the red tape. And this means one new directive means 2 out. And we have to put on a screen in the European Parliament and in the Commission and in the Council that every time that we are taking 2 out, you know, to put in the screen 2 less, and perhaps, you know, open a bottle of cava every time that we are putting 2 out. And then we have to implement very well this less bureaucracy, because if not, the people, they don't feel that we are reducing the bureaucracy. And EPP, what did, we achieved the first omnibus law that we are going to apply 1st of January for all the industry, SMEs, entrepreneurs, and this means that they will feel, they will see that we are reducing bureaucracy. But it is true that I want to listen to our minister because, of course, that each state members, they can believe on that, and they have to implement, they have to help, because if Europe is doing, but then we are not implementing in each state member, it doesn't make sense. And I can say, on EPP that I'm proud because the last term we had just 5 prime ministers. Now we can say that we have 12, 13 prime ministers, because in some we are in a coalition, but we have 13 governments under EPP, and I can assure you that in all these governments that belongs to EPP, they are implementing all this less bureaucracy. The third point, very important to escalate, you were explaining very well, it is we need the union markets. Why? We need we need that the SMEs, entrepreneurs, industry, we need the union capital. We need them the possibility to get capitals in Europe, because now we are seeing how our industry or startups, young startups, that they want to scale up, and they don't have possibility to get capital in Europe. And they have to move to the United States or to another country. So come on, we have to achieve the union capitals. Fourth, for me, very important, SMEs. We have to look SMEs as SMEs. We cannot include SMEs inside of the package of the big industry. So when we are cutting red tape, we have to put the focus, of course, in the big industry, but then we have to implement for them specific measures for them to implement this less bureaucracy. Because, you cannot say to SMEs with 5 employees to read 23,000 pages? Come on. And do we have to tell them, okay, let's contract 2 more people in SMEs just to get funds from European Union? No, because there is a lot of bureaucracy. So SMEs has to be a special point of view and regulation for them. And then climate. The fifth point, it is true that Europe wants to lead all about, the fight against the climate change. But I have to say that, and I'm proud of that because it was a commissioner, EPP commissioner, and from Spain, Arias Cañete, who got the agreement in Paris. And what we decide in Paris, 2050, 0, 2050. This is obliged. But to arrive to 2050, what happened in this period of time? Because we put 2 objectives, 2050, 0, in 2030, 55%, but now the left parties that the last term, they were very key parties in the European Parliament and in the Commission, because EPP, we didn't have so much prime ministers and so much commissioners, so they were a key party, and they asked all the society, all the economy to accelerate this process and to do it without the industry. So this is what now where we are, that we put a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of burdens, a lot of requirements that they are not arriving, and for them it's a lot of cost. If we already decide in Paris, 2030, 55%, 2050, 100%, why we have to put in 2040, 90%? Why? Because this is to accelerate the process, to accelerate without them. So we have to do everything with them, with flexibility, being realistic, and helping them. If we are putting burdens against them, we are not going to get there. So this is my first
we have
point.
the industry, and particularly the small and medium sizes. We talk later a bit on the international cooperation because, Europe is not longer the center of the beast, and developments have to take place elsewhere. But Minister Barroca, I'm glad to have you here and again from the Iberian Peninsula, and we had all this pleasant experience during our last party congress in Valencia when we had been blacked out, and one of the reasons was indeed not being connected to the rest of the. But and Madeleine mentioned that we have already 20,000 pages of regulations, and I assume there might be some national and local regulations on top. So could you please describe a bit the situation in your country? What is your approach to indeed enhance, and a lot of companies in Portugal, for example, a small and medium-sized enterprise, I think this plays perfectly into that what Dolores said. So what are the current situations?
Thank you, and thanks a lot for inviting me. First, one of the aspects we've got is, I would say, from a dogmatic approach, we have now moved to a pragmatic approach. We used to think about climate change and an investment in climate change as an end in itself. Nowadays, we're talking as Europe, first about security of supply and sovereignty, then as a second point, the enhancement of competitiveness for our companies and accessibility of prices of energies for our families. And then as a result of those two, investment in clean technologies will be the way. Taking that into account, three aspects I believe are of essence here. The first one is that we are at risk these days in Europe to be the biggest bloc that believes in climate change, but because of the regulations we have in place, even from an environmental permitting perspective, we are the ones that are the slowest to invest. So it would be ridiculous to think that the US is moving faster than Europe because they've got easier regulations, even though they do not believe in climate change and are actually against climate change technologies or renewable energy technologies these days. But that might be one of the risks we've got these days. Second perspective, it has to do with, I would say, a complementarity between investment in electrons and molecules and then investments in bits. And what I mean with this is we all think about renewable energies and renewable gases. Hydrogen was a hype just until now. But what we need to also be aware is that there is enormous space for innovation in Europe through the usage of digital technologies applied to the power grids and applied to electricity generation. So in that sense, what I believe we've got is we're at the crossroads where there's a lot of energy demand for AI, but we also need to think about the benefits of AI for energy management. And therefore, that's also one of the aspects we need to put at the core of our policy, which is to complement energy policies with digital policies. And of course, the simplification aspect of having the environmental permitting as one of the enabling factors as well. What we see from Portugal, and that's one of the aspects we believe needs coordination at European level, is the need of moving from having an energy union from a regulatory perspective to having now a single energy market at the European level. So what we see is that, for instance, energy prices in Iberia and in Portugal are amongst the most competitive of Europe. But then if you look at the final energy price that industries pay, it is still not the case. And the reason for that is that the EU has still not managed to ensure that there is a level playing field for the state aid benefits, and therefore there are industries in other countries with grey energies having more competitive prices through state subsidies, and that's bad for the energy and for the internal market competitiveness. So this complementarity between energy and competitiveness then also comes at play, and it can jeopardize the social acceptance of energy policies, because if you've got clean energy, but then your energy prices are not the lowest because of an external factor, the people and the communities will also not accept those projects very easily. And so that's why moving from a single energy market in regulation to a true energy market at EU level becomes of essence these days as well. And the last aspect has to do with this perspective of ambition and regulation. Ambition without implementation actually paves the way for a social backlash. People will be fed up of talking about climate change if they do not see the benefits of it. We are in a moment where strong investment can bring tangible results for the quality of life of our people. So it's a moment of mobilization and investment and clarification of the rules. That's why I fully support the vision of simplification as one of the key aspects then that we also need to move forward. Last remark, and when it comes to tender complexity and regulations, it's actually a meet-in-the-middle approach. I would say managing an energy system is more complex than it ever was. We have decentralized power generation, we have multiple generators, we've got auto self-consumption, so it's much more complex than it ever was. So I would say we will need clearer rules. There, of course, is also the need to having local regulations, but the local regulations need to be shared across Europe. Mm-hmm. One of the aspects we've done, for instance, was to share with our Spanish colleagues because of the Spanish blackout on April 28th that affected Portugal. We ended up also sharing with them our energy regulation so that they could apply same rules to avoid having similar problems in the future. We are so heavily interconnected that we for sure need to have the same rules applied to the market so that we can also feel trust to be connected to Spain. And of course, we also are eager to be more tightly connected to the rest of Europe.
So then growing from the bottom to a certain extent. Before we go into this international dimension, I would like to focus a bit on communication, because Dolores, in our business and politics, but and in your business as well, getting the message out to the people is absolutely crucial. And we have thrown a lot of acronyms over the last years, from ETS to CBAM. I doubt that even many here in Brussels will understand that, and this adds, unfortunately, to the complexity and the difficulties to sell this issue. Dolores, as a political manager, if I may say, as a member of the parliament, how do you sell this vision you had? Because it's easily slipping into a very technocratic language for small circles of the enlightened, if I may say so, but this is not the point. We have to bring the people in, and a lot of this unrest, rise of populism definitely is related that people are confronted with a reality, a fastly shifting reality they do not understand. They see the consequences, and Minister, you alluded to this issue, what is at the very last mile, but how can we better package it into a narrative which is really forward-looking and not limiting to you cannot do that, you're not allowed to do this. This is not the message we have to get out, I think, to the citizens.
Well, I like this question because just 1 year ago I was in a debate as today in the European Parliament to help to change the language, because when you are arriving just as a MEP in the European Parliament, for example, they are saying to you, well, in 1 year, perhaps you are going to start to understand, all the acronyms. Because I was president of the Petty Committee, Libe. All the words are just for the bureaucrats and the functionaries that they are living and working inside of the institutions. And I'm so sorry for them. I know that they are doing a very incredible work and job, and we need them. But if we want to approach the European society into the European institutions, we have to talk and communicate as we are talking with our families, with our son, with our parents. And always I'm saying, when I'm doing an intervention, my grandmother, now it's not anymore with us, but my grandmother has to understand me. And my son of 14 years old, he has to understand me. If we are starting to talk about Petty, CBAM, ETS, that first you have to study what it is ETS, this means that we're not communicating well. And then happens what happens, that the extremes, the populism, they are using not the true lies and easy solutions in a complex times that needs complex solutions to engage with the society and to engage with the young people. And come on, it is easy to communicate with the people because first, before being a bureaucrats, first to be politicians, we are citizens. And I want to be, I want to understand whatever the people is explaining to me, so I have to do exactly the same. So first, we have to talk as we are talking with our families, explaining very well what it is. For example, yesterday, EPP, we celebrate a political assembly. What it is, the political assembly? Do we think that everybody in the European society understands what it is, the political assembly? We have to explain first what it is, the political assembly, and then what we decide in the political assembly for the European citizens. So I think, I'm a politician that I'm coming from the bottom. I was a lawyer, and then, to convince a judge to win, your requirement, you have to explain very clear to the judge. So then, when I became politician from the bottom, 12 years in the municipality, really close to all the citizens, with the real problems, that perhaps the real problem is just a parking in front his house or her house. So then you understand how we have to communicate as a citizens. And then we have to be where the society it is. And the society it is too in the social media. So we have to be in the social medias. We have to talk clear, with clear solutions, and we have to be able to explain a solution in 40 seconds, and we can do it. So I'm a believer of good communication. I'm trying every day, and EPP is trying to, to communicate clearly, easy way our solutions for the citizens.
And I remember in your old office facing the Commission, where you have worked for quite a time, then moved to another world, and a large part of your activities was indeed communicating, getting different messages out.
Well, I think if I look at the European approach, there is no amount of communication that could help overcome some of the real challenges that we are facing. And basically, our approach to energy in an effort to save the climate was to make energy expensive and scarce. And this at a time when the rest of the world is trying to make energy abundant and cheap. And I think European citizens rightly are asking, is this the right approach? Climate change has always been a collective action problem. Europe, a few years ago, accounted for 8% of global CO2 emissions. That's already down to 6%. Deindustrialization is helping with decarbonization, right? The point is, this is not working. It's not solving climate change. It is leading, in my opinion, it's one of the drivers of right-wing populism, is how we have treated energy by making it expensive and scarce. The other mistake that we made is we focused a lot on deployment and not on industrialization. So yes, we have been really doing a great job of rolling out Chinese solar panels, but that's not really benefiting the society at large or leading to industrialization. With the result that we are now totally out of the game when it comes to solar industry. Remember, this is an industry that was built up in Europe. 2023, we almost lost our wind industry. It was only a last-minute intervention by the European Commission that saved it. Batteries, we are nowhere. We are nowhere. Electromobility, we're behind on all the storage solutions, critical mineral processing. Don't even get me started. The point is, this has not been good policy making. It totally neglected emerging clean technologies. It totally neglected that we needed to use basically technology to help us decarbonize and reindustrialize. So it wasn't really a good approach. In general, I have to say, and this is what I would encourage now, is maybe fewer sticks and more carrots. I think that if I look at what happened in Germany with the heat pumps, there was a complete backlash, right? So give incentives rather than telling people, you can't do that. Give them an incentive to buy a heat pump. Give them an incentive to buy an electric vehicle. But don't tell them top down what they should or shouldn't do. We're dealing with mature adults, so give the right incentives. But don't be so prescriptive. This is the biggest transition that any of us will ever live through. I remembered when I worked at the European Commission and we talked about all of this. People were like, there's going to be millions of jobs and net zero. It's going to be paradise. And my own background is in structural reform. And I said, I don't think it's going to be like this. I really think you're doing a disservice telling people that this is the road to paradise. When we know this is going to be hard, talk about it as if it was a structural reform, because then people know it's going to be hard. They are prepared. We didn't do that. We did a really poor job of preparing people for what is to come. And let me go back to what I said earlier. We are a resource-poor geography. We don't have oil and gas. And this in a world that is as disrupted and as hostile as it is today is a major vulnerability. So yes, we have to get to clean energy. There is no alternative, not just for climate, but for resilience, for security. But we got to do it in a way where it helps our industry, where we reindustrialize, and where we really look at the security aspects. Energy is critical infrastructure. It is full of components that are not made in Europe. You know that today we were supposed to get made in Europe. We're not getting it. It's a big mistake. Our infrastructure in Europe is infiltrated with components that can be used for surveillance, that can be manipulated, or that can be withheld if someone wants to impose export controls. This is not safe. Why is no one thinking more strategically about the energy system than just from a climate perspective? Why is this not happening? This energy is the next battlefield, and let me tell you, we are not well prepared.
Well, we hope at the Martin Center at least to put these nexus together, and also the next session is dealing about with these topics. But I would like to be back to the international dimension, which you alluded already, because what is our little share and what is our contributions? Are we really investing the money correctly here? And Minister Berrocal, tomorrow I'm flying to Rabat, to Morocco. This is your neighboring countries, not only in terms of football, which soon becomes a very important issue, but also in terms of energy, because they are, and for Spain, Dolores, it's the same issue. There are big plans to connect Northern Africa, the west coast of Africa, with Europe, hoping some kind of security contributions. But are we really playing the card very well? Are we not making, to a certain extent, the same mistakes we do domestically in our international relations? We talk about climate diplomacy, which is an important factor these days. But to all of you, what do you see the approaches be it through the party-to-party relations? We have a global network of parties, for example. Industrial innovation is now globally still, despite the resilience and the security issues. And in your case, Minister, being a neighbor to that, what are the potential corporations looking beyond the scope of the European Union? So, Dolores, would you like to start?
Okay. First of all, EPP is a member of two international parties in a global, global international parties, because we have to explain well for the people what it is. So there are two platforms where all the central right parties, we are members of these two big parties in the world. One is CDI, that it is more a platform with parties from South America, from Africa, from Asia, and the IDU, that I was last week in the IDU in Washington, that it is more Canada, Australia, New Zealand, all Europe, United States, of course. And these platforms, what helps us? First, to share good experience from all the governments around the world, not just looking internally European Union. So this makes us easy to understand, for example, what it is doing all continent Europe, what is doing all continent America, all continent Asia. Why? Because we have parties, central right parties from all these countries, so they are helping, or we are helping each other to understand a good experience that they are putting on. For example, last week, I have to say, and I was very thankful for that, the platform, the IDU, gave us the opportunity to have some bilaterals, and we had some bilaterals with senators, Republican senators, and with the Department of State in the United States. And I have to say that all of them, they congratulate us for the Omnibus Law. And I was so happy, because, and it is true that after that, we saw and we read the United States strategy, but we have to say that they say congratulations, because the Omnibus Law reduce bureaucracies, reduce red tape, burdens, reduce cost. The most important it is that it's reducing cost. So we know how to do it in Europe. And of course, that if you are getting all this experience around the world, we can lead better. And then, talking about the world, another point very important for the climate change too, it is the new agreements. Now, next week in the plenary in Strasbourg, we are going to vote in favor of Mercosur. So we are going to talk about a market of 450 100 million of persons here in Europe, plus Mercosur, means that we are going to be a market about 800 millions of people in a market. So there it is the place that we can share not just defending democracy, that we have to, rule of law, that we have to, transparency, that we have to, good governance, that we have to. Good governance means not just transparency and fight against corruption, means to reduce red tape, good standards, fight against climate change with the industry, with flexibility, with dialogue among all of us. So Europe, now in these moments, we have a huge opportunity, and EPP, we think that we have a huge opportunity to open new markets. Next year, we hope that we are going to have the new agreement with Mexico. Now, a lot of countries around the world, or a lot of geographic spaces, no, with one more country, they are looking at us because Europe is reliable. It's a good partner. First, because we are a democracy, one of the best democracies in the world. We have rule of law. We are reliable. We are good governance, fight against corruption, transparency. So now a lot of people is looking at us. So this is to do new agreements with us. So now it's a good opportunity to implement what we decide to implement in this term. It is less bureaucracy, to have union energy market, then capitals, then we have to improve our internal market, because sometimes our internal market makes us huge borders, that sometimes they are saying that means about 50% of tariffs, no? If you are counting. So now we have this opportunity to do it, and EPP wants to do it. Why? Because we are leading the Commission, we are leading the Council, we are leading the Parliament with our group, and now we saw how the left parties, they defeat. Why? Because they promise a lot of things to the society, to their voters, and what they left to us, more poverty, more inequality to all the society. So we are seeing in the world that the left, it's not anymore a party reference, and now we see in this term, in European Parliament and European institutions, that us, we are the key party, the key leaders. So we are the ones that we can implement all our program. And our program, it is security and defense, clearly, competitiveness, and then, of course, fight against climate change, but with industry, with dialogue, with flexibility, and without punishment the industry.
I would like to include your answers a bit with the discussions here in our audience, because we have only 10 minutes left. So I would like to open the floor. We have microphones. I mean, I have you here, Zsuzsa and Reid. I think we start with our colleague, Garvin Walshy. Keep it, please, very short. I would like to give most of you the opportunity to integrate.
Hi, Garvin Walsh, Research Associate here at the Martin Center. It's really a question for Anne Mettler. You were talking about the need to keep energy prices down. Also the talk about the need to reindustrialize. If we are not going to use cheap Chinese solar for decarbonizing, what are the alternatives in your view, and do those come with extra costs? And if they do, how should those costs be mitigated?
So I get several ones. Do we continue on this side, please?
I'm going to take your...
Thank you very much. Yanis Vukmanis, Turquoise, we are venture capital. 2 points, if I may, quickly. On regulation, of course, we would like faster permitting, but please let's not forget that the climate policy and climate ventures depend on the rules. We still need the rules in place. So if, for example, air quality regulation was weaker, 2 of our companies would go bust. So yes, faster. No, please don't take away the rules. Anne Mettler correctly pointed out the problem of scaling. investors in Europe are more risk averse than they are in the US. Why is that? One reason for this is that in investing you share risk. You put yourself in a group and you all invest in those particular investments. Without capital markets union, it is actually, the network is weaker in Europe. Yeah. So there is a connection here, I think, for climate, but also for general scaling of companies to the Draghi logic, if you will.
Perfect, excellent questions. I go further on, Zsuzsa, and I think we had also your comment.
Thank you, and thank you for the great insights. I have a question to Ms. Montserrat, if I may. You talked about Europe looking at partners, and you said that Europe is seen as reliable and a good partner because it brings good governance. But does Europe deliver to these countries? Because there is always a gap, in my view, between self-perception in Europe and what we genuinely want and what we manage to do. So it's about delivery. Thank you.
Very well. There's another one by my colleague. Okay, that is already, I think, a large ray from how we get the transformation made at a cost-efficient issue, having lost a lot of our technologies here. The regulatory one was again mentioned. The risk capital, we will have this continuous issue, and you related also. And of course, then the gap between perception, delivery, and communication. I would like to start with you, Minister Barocco, on these topics, and please feel free to choose one or two of these.
Yeah, thank you. The first aspect when it comes to this international perspective is that if we look at the big blocks, we clearly see China investing full-fledged on clean energy and a total value chain. We see the US investing in cheap energy, and we see that there is still a disconnect in Europe. And the disconnect in Europe is that because we still have a lot of people internally that do not believe in sustainable growth, and they're actually looking and pointing towards degrowth. And degrowth connected to deindustrialization is one of the biggest menaces we've got in Europe. And it reaches full-fledged effect when we've got some people taking technical decisions with very little accountability, hidden behind what's called environmental permitting a lot of times, that are basically blocking new projects. And that's one of the critical aspects we've got in Europe that is affecting our capacity to actually implement and go full-fledged on a transition and deliver the cheap energy prices we all need. Second perspective is that sovereignty is different from isolation. So we need to be collaborative, we need to be connected to others, and that at this moment and in the current situation we've got, there's no other way but to use some of the Chinese commodities to have lower energy prices. But the good way of doing that is actually to still protect parts of the value chain that should be critical to us. And I'm talking mostly about control mechanisms and perspectives on some of the components of the grid that should be European and that should be protected by regulation and cybersecurity regulation most of times, that would allow us to still have a sound industry and at the same time benefiting from the low prices of those commodities that will enable us to deliver low energy prices to our people. Last remark has to do with this perspective of the uptake of people. And to me, and for us in Portugal, it's all about bringing the value of the transition to the people. It's very hard to involve communities if they don't see the benefits of having low energy prices. Mostly if you're talking about vulnerable communities in regions that are far away from city centers or whatsoever, which are the ones that will need to have the solar panels or the wind generators and whatsoever. So the biggest risk is to leave those groups behind. And to do that, what we have been investing in Portugal is on energy social tariffs that are automatically applied to vulnerable families, targeting building renovations, working on renewable energy communities so that we lower energy costs. so that these programs become just transition programs and not only climate transition programs. And of course, we look very fondly to how to protect the competitiveness of our industry. And that again goes through low energy prices, at least in the case of Portugal. I fully support the vision of having a green industrial growth and also the perspective that the stability on regulation becomes one of the key enablers of investment. Unless we are able to keep clear rules and have them stable in the long run, no one is going to invest in mechanisms such as ETS or CBAM or businesses and business models that rely on those. So having stability and clear targets assumed by the Union and having regulation that protects those markets will also be critical for us to evolve. I still believe that this transition can become a template to other regions. And once we've got a more favorable global policy landscape, we might be in a good position if we take the advantage of the innovation in these business models.
And I could imagine that you could now talk, I think, for an hour on these different issues. I would like to ask you to keep it to 2 minutes because I would like to give Dolores as well also
of course.
the opportunity.
I mean, my first comment is on cost. If cost is so important to us, and it's the overriding interest, then can I just ask why we build up a system where our companies are confronted with the highest cost of energy, the highest taxes, the highest wages, the highest non-wage labor costs, the highest compliance costs. And then we turn around and we say to them, oh, but you're too expensive. I'm sorry. This is really poor policy making. And I understand our industrial base, that they are starting to lose confidence and frankly, patience with this. I am disappointed in our economists who have never helped us to price in security, resilience, sovereignty, loss of industrial base. Where have they been? What may have seemed cheap, such as cheap Russian natural gas or cheap stuff from China, may end up to be extraordinarily expensive. And in fact, I would argue it already is. So we need to rethink the importance of cheap and cost in our economies, or otherwise we are heading for literally like an economic suicide. This is the path we're on. And here I'm looking to the largest party in Europe to really show some leadership. If we don't do this better, if we don't have the confidence to buy our own stuff, then we cannot expect our companies to invest in Europe and to have confidence. This is the stability that they need. Let me also say, on this issue of solar panels, I expect a more sophisticated debate here. The brain of a solar panel is the inverter. You don't give away the brain of anything in these times. And I have no confidence in our ability to figure out what cybersecurity actually means. We don't have the people in the public service that know how to really fight cyber attacks from China, from Russia, from all these places. I have zero confidence, I'm sorry to say. So we need, starting immediately, a much better care of our energy system. This is a system. If we don't control it, trust me, someone else will. So if you give away key components of that system, don't be surprised if it flies in your face, because this is basically where we're heading. Let me say on the issue of permitting. After the war started, I said we need like really war-type deployment of renewables now. These are war times. I always quote Deng Xiaoping, who said in 1992, the Middle East has oil, China has critical minerals. They built a whole system around that inside. Well, let me tell you, Europe neither has oil, nor do we have a lot of the clean technology. So what is our competitive advantage? Can we please think that through? Can we please be more strategic? Which leads me to my last point. on the international front. Almost all growth going forward will take place outside of Europe. We need a geo-industrial deal, not just a clean industrial deal at home, but a geo-industrial deal. We have a lot of companies in Europe that are leading in energy tech. We need to help them get into these markets, to help these markets decarbonize. This would be our biggest contribution to fighting climate change, is getting our excellent companies, and we have them, whether it's Siemens Energy, Schneider Electric, you know, we have so many of these companies that can go into the world and help these markets decarbonize. And this is what we need. We need a geo-industrial deal so that we really help others, but we also help ourselves.
Dolores, one key message we would like to take out of this debate.
Well, I'm going to say to her the bottlenecks that we have, because you were saying, well, you know, we need to deliver. So the first bottleneck, I have to say it, it's ideological from the left parties. I have to say it. I see it every day in the European Parliament. If there is a good solution, but this solution comes from EPP, the Greens, they say no. But they know that it's good, but no, it's EPP. We don't want it. So first, for me, it is not being pragmatic and being first ideological than putting solutions on the table. The second one, we were talking today, the cost of energy and the lack of a fully integrated market. The third one, the obsession. For me, it's obsession with the regulation. First, it is regulation, and then later, the tools. No, come on. No, come on. Always I'm saying that EPP is a conservative and a reformist party. Why? Because we want to conserve what it works, and the things that it's not working, let's reform. But doesn't mean reform do a lot of laws. No, just to do the ones that we need to improve and to do it better and with less time, and reducing the permitting, the license permitting. So, you know, this, I've been a minister, I was a minister, and, you know, this mind that, oh, well, I'm a minister, I have to do a lot of laws. No, perhaps you are going to be the best minister if you are not doing laws. The ministers good are the ones that are conserving what is working in that country, and then to improve reforms what is not working.
Well, that's exactly...
And I know I finished, so nothing else, thank you so much, but EPP has the ideas, and I think so that in this term, we have the possibility, because we are the key party, different than the last term, that we didn't have so much countries governing in Europe.
Well, I hope that the Martin Center, as the think tank of the EPP, also contribute. That's the topic of these 2 days. I'm very delighted to have you all here. Minister, great to have you at least online next time, hopefully here in Brussels. I would like to thank you, all of you, for these inspiring discussions. And then, of course, I have the pleasure to hand over to my dear colleague, Alicia. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dolores and Jean, and of course, my colleague Peter, for this insightful discussion. We now move on to our first interview of the day, where we have the pleasure of hosting Claudia Celi, Vice President, International, External, and Regulatory Affairs at AT&T. I am also pleased to introduce my colleague Dimitar Lilkov, Senior Researcher of Digital and Energy Policy at the Martin Center. Dimitar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alicia. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dimitar. You'll be seeing me around today. I'll be having the pleasure of leading our interview corners today, and I'm delighted to be joined by Claudia from AT&T. We had a wonderful debate, riled up some emotions. So now I think it's time to hear from industry. And with you throughout the years, we've had numerous conversations, public and private, about developments facing our telecom sectors, facing our rollout of digital infrastructure. So maybe let's reflect. 2025 has been an exciting year, I'm sure, for you. What's around the corner in 26 when it comes to AT&T?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here today. It's always a pleasure to exchange at the European Ideas Forum. And congratulations also to the Martin Center for the great event that you're putting together. I'm always amazed by the discussion and by the speakers. Indeed, 2025 has been a pivotal year for AT&T. As our mission to enable connectivity, we set targets and goals to expand our fiber reach to 60 million consumers and business locations across the US by 2030. We also committed $5 billion to help narrow the digital divide. And so these, to achieve those strategic goals, we also made strategic investment in 2025, or at least agreed to. First of all, we announced that we would acquire all of the Lumen's mass business fiber business, which would add 1 million consumer to our network, and also across 4 million locations and in 11 states in the US. We also announced an acquisition of 23 billion worth of spectrum from EchoStar, which would allow to add 50 megahertz in the lower band and mid-band spectrum across AT&T Holdings. So those strategic investments really position us well to address those targets, but also to create the infrastructure of tomorrow. And as of the third quarter of 25, our 5G network achieved more than 320 million consumers, across the US. And this is very exciting. But while we are proud of our footprint in the US, we are equally certainly proud of our presence at international level, where we are a global leader of business communication. We connect more than 2,000 global multinational Fortune 500 companies. We equally connect small businesses and government agencies. So as we look, across the corner, as you have been saying, to 2026, I think that one of the priorities is to continue building the network of tomorrow. And the way to do that is certainly to invest in the modern technology, in the wireless fiber network technologies that can really enable the creation of faster, more reliable network to address the growing demand of consumers, but also of the businesses, and to equip them to be successful in whatever they need to achieve and do. So it's very exciting.
Thanks for this, scoping exercise, what's happening globally in the US, but maybe indeed let's zoom in Europe. And you're talking about investment, talking about opportunities. How do you see Europe when it comes to opportunities and challenges, when it comes to telecoms, when it comes to infrastructure? Give us a little snapshot there.
No, certainly. First of all, I have to say that the growing internet demand for access, it's very exciting for companies, as it allows you to continue building on, for us, more than 100 years of history of innovation, and to expand on the way we connect our consumers. I think when it comes to Europe, first of all, we have legal entity a bit everywhere in Europe, so in almost every member state. And so one challenge that we can observe is certainly the fact that there is a highly fragmented regulatory market. So what, for example, Mrs. Montserrat was saying just before applied to the energy sector is equal in a way for the telecom sector, in the sense that it's a very fragmented, and we need to deepen the digital single market. It's not yet there. You can be confronted to duplicative rules sometimes that comes from different frameworks, but also in a way of different rules across the member states. Now, I'm very encouraged and very positively impressed by the fact that Europe is acting upon the Draghi and Letta recommendation that we were discussing just a year ago. And there is a wave of simplification and a wave of harmonization calls. And so this is very important, because Europe is really an opportunity and to be on the driving seat, and to enact on those policies, and to bring in simplification and harmonization, which can create a consistent outcome across the region. And so this is very important. I think nowadays various policymakers also recognize the importance of having reliable and faster network, because this can be a competitive advantage for a country that can be competitive by having a modernized infrastructure. And so while you have these needs and those recognition, those premises, it can really create as well the opportunity of shaping the right policy framework that can enable that. And one way to do that is certainly to create the rules of the road that are transparent, that are clear, that are certain, and that don't shift. In fact, investment normally comes when investors can, rely on a stable regulatory framework, but also on an important market structure. In fact, what's happening also in Europe, apart from the various fragmented market, you also have a high presence of operators, and so it's a highly regulated industry, and it's very difficult for European telecom operators to be able and compete. And so I think Europe really needs to, has a unique opportunity right now to alleviate a little bit the burden on those operators and certainly simplify some of the rules that have been out there.
Yeah, simplify, one of the key words of this mandate. But let's stay on this topic a bit. You mentioned a couple of avenues which need to be addressed. How can European policymakers address some of these challenges so we can have a better environment when it comes to telecoms, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to investment? How do you see it?
Well, first of all, I can say that, for example, in the US, government-friendly business policies have really allowed investment to thrive. And if you look at what happened in the US, the telecom industry has really been investing a lot in the infrastructure. Since 1996, they have been investing around $2.2 trillion in the infrastructure, and AT&T has been recognized for the 14th year in a row as one of the top 5 companies for capital investment. Now, the reason I say that is because I think this is an important example. While, as I was saying before, you need to strike the right balance. You cannot certainly have a free market land. You need to have the security and regulatory framework in place, but you also need to create the principle that allow the telecommunication operators or operators in any case to achieve the goal that they need to achieve without being too prescriptive. And for example, in our case as well, in Europe, we are a business-to-business operator, and so already tailoring the provisions and the requirements, regulatory requirements, to the type of the world that we have, I think it would be go already a long way, and also continuing on simplification. I mean, Europe has started with by presenting the digital omnibus, that can really bring some clear result, as for example, the environmental omnibus has just yesterday they reached an agreement on which they have been talking about how many savings this law will bring, and I'm sure that this can be replicated also in the digital world by simplifying the reporting obligation. I mean, just to give you a hint, in our European team is doing more than 350 reports a year, so it's quite extensive in different languages and different requirements. So I think that this can really be an opportunity to continue along that way.
Yeah, the point is not to draft reports. The point is to get the business in Europe. Let's stay for a minute on narratives. We've been having for years now these discussions online, offline. I mean, different media, different stakeholders, always pushing the message. The EU is lacking behind when it comes to certain infrastructure, when it comes to investment, when it comes to 5G, 6G, spectrum allocations. Is the US really that far ahead? How do you see the dynamic? Maybe in a minute, how do you see this kind of narrative going forward?
Yeah, I mean, the US, as I have been saying, they have really been investing a lot in the infrastructure, the telecom operator, which really is a game changer, because you need investment in order to create the infrastructure. And the reason why they have been investing also because there is a policy framework that helps to do that from one end, but also it's a quite competitive industry, but it's not as competitive as in the EU, meaning that we have less operators, there's more consolidation, and you need to create the condition for European operators to be able and have their return on investment. Now, how do you do that? You do that through as I was explaining, the policy frameworks, but also changing potentially the market structure or allowing more consolidation to happen. And in the US, there have been recently bills that have been passed that really allow, give authority to the FCC to auction spectrum, which is essential, and that's and we have been acquiring, as I just announced, or we are in the process of acquiring the 23 billion spectrum from that company, EchoStar, which will enable our infrastructure to, to be more, in a way, able to meet the growing demand of the consumers. Because as technology evolves, you can certainly see that consumers not only are consuming more content, but also generating and uploading more content. So also the upstream communication part is quite important. So just to return to your point, I think in the US there is also a different environment, in the sense that our approach is mostly market-driven approach with an ex post most of the time type of approach, versus in Europe you have an ex ante type of regulatory approach, and more rules also that are the telecom industry is very heavily regulated.
Indeed, more rules. As a final point, maybe let's talk about consumers. We're discussing more abstract concepts, more macro points, but investment in this telecom infrastructure, how does this translate in better networks? How does this translate to actual tangible benefits for users and consumers?
Yeah, modernized network are certainly bring benefit to consumer because, as I was saying, they equip them with reliable, fast, and secure network to address their demand and their capacity, and be able to, also for businesses, it's quite important to have a reliable infrastructure. And as you have emerging technologies, also quite important that we sit together at the table and that we coordinate between public and private on those issues. And at TNT, we have been in the business of connecting people for more than 150 years, or almost 150 years. And certainly we know that to be able and connect people in the 21st century, you need a modernized infrastructure. You need an infrastructure to invest in newer fiber network technology that can create this reliable network. And I think that it's important also precisely, to look at the different example and take inspiration wherever it's possible.
Wherever it's possible. And Claudia, thank you so much for reminding us that investment in infrastructure, in grids, we're talking about this from sustainability to digital infrastructure. So I think this is a very loud and clear message, not only for people here in the audience, but also for our policymakers. Claudia, thank you so much for this conversation. Alicia, back to you.
Thank you, Claudia and Dimitar, for providing us with this nuanced perspective on the importance of improving EU connectivity. Now we will have a short break. We look forward to seeing you back to welcome the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, for an exclusive interview on Europe's resilient response to current and future crises. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We now continue with a key part of today's program, a conversation with a very special guest. It is an honor to welcome the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, for an interview on Europe's future amid crisis. At a moment when the European Union faces a profound geopolitical, economic, and societal challenges, President Metzola's leadership and vision are more than relevant than ever. This conversation will be moderated by the Executive Director of the Martin Center, Tommy Huhtanen.
Welcome, President Roberta Metsola, and to one of the highlights of our European Ideas Forum. Now for the audience, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that we have a president here. The bad news that we are very limited on time. So what we do is that we just go hit the road. I will be short and I will be giving floor to President Metsola. Also, we have already agreed that we treat on first basis, so I call President Roberta, so just to make it clear that there is no offense there. So let's go to the so Europe's future amid crisis. So there's still some left of 2025. So looking very active and eventful year behind, what are the main issues from 2025 which we should carry and take to 2026 to our future?
So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for all the events that you organize and the possibility for us to come out of our normal sort of rooms and come up with ideas and reflect on what we've done. So 2025, we start every year saying this will be challenging. I think we can safely say 2026 will be challenging too, if not more. I would think that we should welcome the fact that the European Union has become more efficient and more agile in the way it works. We saw that in the European Parliament. I've been present in previous fora where we recognized the fact that we needed to overhaul our outdated rules in order for us to be faster, not at the expense of quality, but in terms of being able to respond to citizens' concerns, which were very clear last year when we were voted in during the European Parliament elections. And that means that we can now adopt legislation extremely quickly, push forward, and make sure that we can deliver. And I look back in a positive way in terms of that, because set against the backdrop of the increased commitments, unprecedented, of our member states, who are also NATO countries, to step up in their defense expenditure. That has been coupled with defense funding that we go through in the European Parliament, and that will definitely be the highlight of what we continue to do in 2026. Overarchingly, security will remain our biggest challenge. The war in Ukraine is still raging. Russia still daily bombs Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. Civilians, men, women, and children are dying every single day. So as we potentially enter the fifth winter of this war, this is what we need to keep at the very top of our agenda, which no doubt will be, as it has been over 2025, the pinnacle of what we discuss in the European Council next week. And I say this because I think there will be many countries around the world that would like us not to do this. And this is exactly why we should do the opposite. The European Union and the European Parliament, and I'm proud of a European Parliament that has massive majorities in support of Ukraine, has from the very first day said that Ukraine's security is Europe's security. We know what it means to let go of that, and we should be the last ones to in any way look away. The last thing I will say is that none of this should take away from our priorities on addressing our citizens' daily concerns, whether it is to pay the bills at the end of the month, to grant affordable housing and make it possible that everybody has jobs that give them dignity. And this is a basic request that we should be able to answer, that perhaps for many years we didn't, which allowed also for more populist extremist forces to grow. And I belong to the moderate center of the European political spectrum, and it is that center that needs to deliver when we really answer citizens' tangible and I would say basic requests from us that we need to carry over from 2025 into 2026.
Thank you, Roberta. Let's you underlined or mentioned Ukraine already a couple of times. Let's stay there. Something what you already said. Do you think that in Europe still is fully understood that Ukraine is part of European future security structures, that we really need them for the future? Is that reflecting the discussion?
Well, it is understood here. I just said what the Parliament's position is. Wherever I go in the European Union, and I try to visit as many member states as possible in order to speak not only to political level, but also young people that will, wherever we go, always ask about Ukraine, enlargement, what the future of Europe looks like, how we take decisions, how we can bridge the distance, even though I would counter that, but we can discuss this later. What worries me is that geographically the countries that are further away feel that politically this could be handled closer to Ukraine. So there is a big difference between the discourse in countries that have once been part of the Soviet Union, that were once behind the Berlin Wall, that were once occupied by Russia. I was in Finland last weekend to celebrate Independence Day. My husband, like you, is a Finn. Tommy, we all know that. But it's there's a very big distance in the discussion between what would happen in countries like the Baltics, Poland, Romania, and the Nordics, and others. And it's our responsibility to make it clear that the security of Ukraine means the security of all of us, and that the cynicism shown by Russia so far should teach us a lesson, because we've seen this happen in the past. Now, there is a peace plan on the table, and we're always hopeful and cautiously hopeful, I would say, optimistic that we would move, as President Zelensky has also said, but that is always hinged on the principle that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And I look forward to the next few days and weeks where we could see some direction that we could all take together.
The situation of war in Ukraine is closely linked to other maybe challenge what we have is, of course, our relations to United States. Now, last week, we all were shocked because the national security strategy, its statements, I think there's now discussion what direction to go. Is our strategy with the United States the correct one? What observations would you make on that? Should we alter?
I would be firm, I would be calm, and I would be self-confident. I spend a lot of time speaking to my US counterparts. We have a huge amount of interaction between the European Parliament and our colleagues in the Congress and Senate. And every member that comes back says that we had meaningful cooperation, that all underlined that the biggest allies in geopolitics in the world are the US and the European Union.
Yeah.
We could dispute that and we can argue about that, but there's no denying it. And denying it would, first of all, send the wrong message to our citizens, send the wrong message to our companies. We have a huge amount of companies that invest heavily and need to grow because there's a huge potential for growth in the US and vice versa. The discussion on trade is ongoing, also in the European Parliament. We need a trade agreement to enter into force, because it is that trade agreement which will give our citizens and businesses predictability and our markets stability that they need. At the same time, the European Union should also be self-confident in saying what it can do, what it should do better, but definitely never backing down from what to us is fundamental.
Yeah.
So yesterday in the Parliament we commemorated 25 years of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And we can go through those fundamental rights, right of freedom of expression, absolutely key to everything we do. that you are allowed to have association, that you are protected, that these are values that we all share, created in Europe, and that we defend everywhere in the world. And we're never going to be apologetic for that.
Yeah.
We legislate, we understand where things could be better, we're open and upfront about that. We could also have a big discussion as to how things could be better elsewhere.
Yeah.
But I think what we need to be is open, never close doors, use diplomacy, yes, but be forceful in an argument, and never be apologetic for the way that we do things.
Roberta, you already, yes, applauses are allowed. Roberta, you already mentioned many times the issue of defense. Yesterday we had Commissioner Kubilius here. It was a very interesting discussion. Also, one signal what we got from United States last week is, at least when Reuters reported it, that there's an indication from Pentagon in diplomatic level, but that by 2027 in Europe we should, in NATO, have the responsibility of our conventional forces, which is of course a tall call. So my question, do you, looking now this, over a period when we are speaking about defense in a European level cooperation, are you happy? Should we move forward quicker?
Happy is a big word. Huh?
Yes, exactly. So content, at least. Have we matched the ambitions?
Cautiously optimistic, yes. Hopefully, yeah, we can use all sorts of adjectives. So I think we need to also admit and be open, as I just said, about the fact that we fell short for many years.
Yeah.
In this context, we would speak that we need to ramp up our defense expenditure, our readiness, our military capacity, how we go about enforcing peace through strength as a principle that underpins everything we do.
Yeah.
But for many years we did not do that. European Union governments looked away, postponed it, thought perhaps short-sightedly that there would always be someone else who would come to our rescue if things went wrong. And if the last year showed us is that that is not the case, and should not be the case if you have commitments that you need to comply with, such as in NATO, but also within the European Union in terms of those countries that are neutral, that are not members of NATO, that need to be part also of this conversation. Being safe and secure, which is also what our citizens want from us. So this is not just us saying it. Those who voted for us tell us that we want to make sure that Europe can stand on its own 2 feet. The phrase strategic autonomy takes on a new, let's say, flair in these days when we look at how we are going to ramp up, how are we going to make sure that this does not come at the expense of health, does not come at the expense of education. We were discussing what happens in other continents and other countries, but we are extremely proud of our social safety nets in the European Union and how that has meant that we keep our country safe and give equality of access and equality of opportunity, that we make sure that we protect our minorities, that you are able to have gender equality on this continent, and we are so proud of that. None of this should come at the expense of making sure our economies are more competitive, and that would automatically mean that we can invest more. Now, I would like to see a more streamlined defense industry. I would like to have more interoperability. I would like to be able to be more competitive and not only rely on equipment that needs to be bought from other countries, but can be manufactured here. I visited a few weeks ago a NATO base with Prime Minister Selina of Latvia, just outside Riga, and I was impressed by the ability that we have to protect, but at the same time also was a message, where are we on capacity?
Yes.
This is a discussion that is taking place in Germany as well. What are we going to do in order to make sure that our populations are better prepared? And this is not about scaremongering, this is not about warmongering, but about really being able to say what is needed. And there, again, there is huge differences between some countries and others. North and South, for example. And I think it's time to have that conversation, especially with our citizens that have never been part of that conversation, and explaining that being in a position to defend and protect yourself means more security and more safety. Perhaps we didn't do that enough. And that is a realization that came abruptly in 2025, more than in the other previous years, because before we were focused on how we're going to help Ukraine, but 2025 really made us take an inward look at what we are doing in our systems for our populations. And I think it could be the responsible way to go. And we're seeing it happening in more and more countries. I would like to see it in every one.
Thank you, Roberta. I still have 2 questions, and one which you actually already mentioned about competitiveness, both in artificial intelligence and this decarbonization of economy. We seem to have in European Union this discussion. On the other hand, we have the regulation, protecting citizens, etc. On the other hand, these business concerns, as you mentioned, streamlining, etc. That you see in artificial intelligence discussion and decarbonization, the Green Deal, all that. So how can we combine that real, the competitiveness and at the same time, balancing with the, regulatory protected efforts? How do you see that balance working out?
First of all, I think we did not. I remember during the Juncker Commission, there was a big discussion as to how we should avoid having the economy and climate as being completely detached from each other. Having a strong, diversified, investment-intensive and forward-driven economy should not come at the expense of our climate goals. And that is a balance that we have continued to find inside the European Parliament with the 2040 targets, for example, that we just adopted a couple of weeks ago. Now, where does that leave us with the not unjustified criticism that the regulation that we have voted on ourselves is heavy, it is sometimes unimplementable, it is unfeasible, and we need to be honest as to where it should be perhaps fixed. And that is why, as a parliament, we asked for simplification to be presented in terms of different types of legislation. They are currently being rolled out. We voted already on corporate sustainability. We will finalize the vote next week. And also reporting requirements. We have on the way environmental legislation, chemicals, wastewater. We will look at the car package that we are looking forward to in earnest. If there's one thing we need to have at the top of our agenda in 2026 is to save the European car industry, and that we should do also unapologetically, balanced and properly with a forward-looking vision rather than look back and see what we can do or should have done better. We have to do this in 2026. By 2027, we'll be too late. So this is a very realistic, pragmatic approach that the European Parliament is taking, but never by letting go of the fundamental values that we need to keep moving forward. So understanding where we could have done better, looking forward to new legislation, but realizing that we need to be more agile, more flexible. This also against the context of how we make sure that we increase the number of AI professionals, that today only 19% of people who graduate with a PhD in Europe in artificial intelligence stay in Europe. And that's a real number we need to deal with. And it's not only going to be dealt with through the AI Act. It is up to us how to make sure that we are better equipped. We are allowing our best minds in the world to start up, to scale up, to innovate. We need to be open for business and ideas. And where better can that be done than here? And again, we should be the ones saying it and not say we should have done this 10 years ago. It's 2025, soon 2026. This is the year to get it right.
Great, Robert. I have a final question. We could still have 2 minutes.
How many questions are you going to get?
No, but I have one. And this time
I'm losing my voice. That's going worse and worse.
Okay.
By the end, I'll be completely hoarse.
I would be asking is that instead of what you think, what you feel about the future. You are not only President of the European Parliament, but you're also mother of 4 boys. By the way, well educated and charming. Just for the record.
Thank you. I agree.
But a couple of them are already outside house. some of them are still inside. What do you, when you see that your children and the future and all these crises, what is your concern? How do you see their future? And for your voice, and be short, you know.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm proud of my boys. They are all very different, but they also ask me questions as to what their future will look like. And this is for my eldest, who is studying engineering, for my second, who wants to study economics and finance, and for the others who are still young, so still under my full control, are looking at Europe, this continent which they love, and they say when they're asked where they're from, that first and foremost they are European, and that's something I'm proud of. But I would like that to be spread to the whole young generation that is getting more, unfortunately, more skeptical and more cynical, and it's up to us to convince them that Europe is still the best place to live, to work, to build a family and a business. And this is something we should be proud of, and I want all our young people to think that.
Thank you, Madam President Roberta. Applause. Thank you so much for being here. And Alicia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Metsola, and thank you, Tommy, for this great conversation. We'll now have a 30-minute break, and we'll continue today's program at 12:30 with our interview of Commissioner Henna Virkkunen. Enjoy the break.
She collected bottle tops to provide a meal at 7 years of age. Broken fingernails and the sun upon her back, that was her wage. And as the wind blows, the dirt between her toes tells her story. Just an ordinary day, with her childhood stripped away, no joy, no glory. Ah, there's a woman in the street, sells her body to make ends meet, to feed her baby. Oh, that's what's going on a different street. Quite the stand-up guy, and everything in life was his to gain. But addiction took control, and all the dreams he built was washed away. For the price of flying free, he became an enemy to all that loved him. And with no place else to live, he resides under a bridge somewhere in London. A young boy is on the run, 'cause his prints are on that gun. Isn't that crazy? Oh, that's what's going on a different street.
Welcome back, dear guests. We now move on to our next session, AI, Security and Sovereignty, Europe's Digital Challenge, which will address some of the most consequential questions shaping Europe's future: tech, sovereignty, security, and democracy. It is a pleasure to welcome the European Commission's Executive Vice President for Tech, Sovereignty, Security, and Democracy, Henna Virkkunen. To conduct this interview, I am pleased to hand over to our moderator, Dimitar Lilkov, Senior Research Officer at the Martin Center. Dimitar, the floor is yours.
Hello again, friends. It's an honor to be joined by the Executive Vice President of the European Commission. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. Your portfolio includes sovereignty and technological sovereignty and also security. And yesterday we had the Commissioner for Defense and Space, Kubilius, sitting in the hot seat, being very honest and intellectually honest and very pragmatic about the steps we would need to make. So I'd like to keep this discussion going on the security angle, because I mean, let's be honest. Drone strikes are entering our airspace. There's technological disruptions. Undersea cables are being cut. And it seems like the Russian Federation and our adversaries are increasing the pressure. So how are we responding, and how is the European Commission responding to these challenges?
Yes, it's true that we have to be very well prepared for different kinds of threats. And especially nowadays, we see also that technologies, they are very much interlinked to our security and to our defense as well. So now, when our member states are investing heavily to defense, I think it's also giving great boost for our technological competitiveness, because many critical technologies, they go very much hand in hand with the defense industry. But it's not enough really that we are investing to defense capacities, because we have to be prepared for different kind of threats. So we have seen that Russia, they have been using migrants as weapons on our external borders. We have seen sabotage against our critical infrastructure, massive cyber attacks, propaganda, disinformation, now from Belarus side, balloons in Lithuania airspace, and also during the last months also drone overflies around our critical infrastructure. So many kind of threats to where we have to be well prepared. Of course, here we are working also very closely with NATO. Together with European Union and NATO and member states, we can be very, very strong also to detect and protect ourselves, especially when it comes to cables, for example, submarine cables. In February, we adopted our undersea cable security strategy. And also now we are working on drones, really also to look at how we can support our member states really to detect and protect also and eliminate these hostile drones.
Yeah, I think there's lots of expectations from the European public for especially response when it comes to drones and undersea cable operations. You mentioned the member states. Are capitals with you in this fight financially, politically? Are they invested?
Yes, we have seen, of course, that all the member states, they have been now increasing their defense spending. And also, when it comes to defense, of course, it's very natural that it depends always the member states' history and also geographical location, that how they see the threats. But for example, when it comes to cybersecurity, cyber attacks, also drones, it doesn't matter very much that if you are eastern border country or if you are a little bit more far from eastern border, because everybody are really facing the same challenges. And also when it comes to disinformation or propaganda, election interference, everybody are facing the same challenges.
You also mentioned cybersecurity. Is our legislation and are also technical capabilities fit for purpose for the challenges we're seeing, as the pressures are indeed increasing?
Of course, the technologies are all the time developing very, very fast, and especially now when AI is used more and more also in cyber attacks, we see that all the vulnerabilities, they are creating bigger risks now, because we have much bigger and faster cyber attacks also coming towards our critical infrastructure. But I think we have very robust legislation in the European Union side. But now, of course, it's not enough that we have legislation. So it's important also to do exercises together with member states, to do risk assessments to different sectors, and also make sure that we don't have high-risk vendors in our critical infrastructures. So that is why we are currently also now reviewing our Cybersecurity Act, also to look at our ICT sector, that we want to have only trusted vendors there, but also we are currently carrying out risk assessment on our wind energy, and also solar energy will be the next area to do risk assessment also, to make sure that we have only secure vendors there and we are not taking extra risks.
This is a very important point. Something which resonates with me when you were standing in front of the European Parliament for the job you have right now is the fact that you are very vocal and very straightforward about the fact that maybe half of our 5G infrastructure comes from foreign providers. In the previous mandate, the Commission was also outspoken about the fact that we do have untrusted vendors from Chinese origin, even named certain companies. But it still seems that national member states are not really getting the message, are they? I think around a dozen of the member states have implemented the 5G toolbox or are making steps for, I don't want to use the word purging their infrastructure, but at least, making sure that the risks are mitigated. How are you collaborating so we make sure that this message is heard in the national member states?
Yes, it's true that on 5G networks we have already that kind of voluntary toolbox, and all the member states haven't been implementing it, and I'm not satisfied for this situation, and that's why now with our Cybersecurity Act we will also propose more tight rules also in this sector, because now in the same time when we are investing very much to defense industry, we shouldn't leave that kind of vulnerabilities to our critical infrastructure that we have in very critical parts, also high-risk vendors there. So this is something that I think that member states are taking much more seriously nowadays, because we see that always we have to look security aspect now much more seriously in different topics. Always when we are making decisions, we have to always look at what does it mean for our security, what does it mean for economic security, what does it mean for our competitiveness, what does it mean for our resilience. And I see that member states are really taking this much more seriously, but now it's important, of course, to carry out also risk analysis and really look at what are the most critical sectors, because of course Europe we have been always very open for global investors and international investors, of course, have been doing business in Europe, and our industry is also very much connected globally. But nowadays we can see that many of these very global supply chains and the dependencies we have, they can be also weaponized against us. And that's why it's important now to identify different critical sectors to where we have to focus. Of course, this is also not happening in one night. But when we look at the geopolitical situation, it's for sure that we can't have that kind of risky dependencies in our critical sector. So in all circumstances, we have to make sure that Europe is able to act, and we have our own capacity and we don't have risky dependencies.
Weaponization of dependencies. Final point of security here, and I need to press this point. We talked about the Chinese. We also have a Chinese app, TikTok, which was recognized by your services a couple of years ago as a security concern. But in parallel, we also have growing dependencies on the United States of America, for example, when it comes to our digital services. And we see how there's an attempt to weaponize this. So how can we make sure that we're fully technologically sovereign, not only vis-a-vis the Chinese, not only the Americans, but internationally, so actually we rise up to the challenge?
For Europe, it's very important that we are building up our own capacity in all critical technologies, and especially we have identified that AI and quantum technologies, also semiconductors, cybersecurity technologies, they are technologies where we have to have our own capacity, but also it doesn't mean that we are planning to do everything by our own in the future. We want to also work very closely with like-minded, trusted partners here. But when it comes to technologies, I have to underline again that it's not really happening overnight, that we will have a much stronger own tech stack, because nowadays 80% of the technologies, they are coming outside of Europe. So high tech very much coming from USA, lower tech from China. And of course, now we have to really look at what are the critical parts and critical technologies where we have to be sure that we are not dependent on one country or one company.
You mentioned quantum, and I just want to turn the conversation maybe a bit more positively, because we are aware of the dependencies. The 80% figure is really, really striking. Executive Vice President, where do you see the comparative advantages? Where do you see, a bit of techno-optimism when it comes to our own industries or potential? Is it quantum?
I'm very optimistic around this overall when we look our competitiveness, because I see that Europe is we have everything what is needed to be strong and competitive. And
on paper.
Yes, but we are also not only on paper, because if we are really acting with our full speed, but also with scale. When we look our markets, that we have very big internal market and a single market here. So if we are using whole potential of this market, and especially when we look technologies, we have very strong science and research in Europe, and also, for example, in AI, also in quantum, also in these new dual technologies which are linked to defense industry. We have thousands of startups with huge potential. So now we have to just make sure that those startups, they are able also to scale up their businesses in Europe, that they have access to capital and access to markets. So we have to really remove the barriers from our single market, and also make sure that they have really financing to scale up their businesses in Europe. But we think we have everything what is needed in AI, also in quantum. We see that European researchers, they are leaders in the world. So we are number one in scientific publications on quantum, and we have huge potential in our startups also in quantum sector.
I think this is an extremely positive message to be heard. The importance of European industry and proficiency in the supply chain when it comes to these technologies. The Martin Center right now is working on a flagship report for next year, where we try to see that actually European industries are key in the Chinese manufacturing agenda. For example, pharmaceuticals, aviation, semiconductors. So it's good to remind ourselves that we have these industries, and also maybe we have leverage when it comes to international trade. Back to the point of hardware, external supply chains. How do we boost our own manufacturing capacity? Let's say on semiconductors, we have the goals for the 10%, the 20%, doubling the production. But how can we actually do it? Do you think this is feasible within your mandate?
We are now working also on our CHIPS Act, because current CHIPS Act, it was very much prepared after COVID crisis, because during the COVID crisis, it came also very visible for everybody that we have very long value chains globally, and they are not resilient in the time of crisis often. And that's why it's important to make sure that also our industry have resilience more in their value chains, and especially when it comes to semiconductor industry, because it's very, very global. So often one chip can travel and is traveling thousands and thousands of kilometers before it's finalized. So it's very optimized that who is doing and which part of that. And it's also very vulnerable, the whole value chain. And that's why it's important to build up the resilience of these value chains. But of course, we want to also build up our own capacity, especially when it comes to more advanced chips, AI chips. So we want to make sure also that in the future, Europe is also able to design and manufacture those chips ourselves. And that's why we are now updating our CHIPS Act to CHIPS Act 2, and currently we are now very much evaluating that what are the next steps we should take really to boost also this capacity in the European Union.
Okay, I hear you loud and clear. There's measures to boost our own capacities and production here in Europe. But what about the international component? Because in the previous mandate, there was a very strong message for de-risking from China, for example, or re-evaluating economic security, FDI screening, and so forth. Do we have, and where are they, these partners we would need to collaborate with? Because these are very complex tech stacks, these are very complex supply chains. Where do you see internationally potential allies or new avenues when it comes to high-end manufacturing, for example?
Especially when we are speaking about the resilience of these supply chain, it really means that we have to work closely with like-minded partners here. And in technologies, we are working especially closely not only with the United States, but also with Japan and Korea. And they are, of course, very important partners, for example, when we look at semiconductor industry. And of course, Taiwan is playing a very important role here as well.
Yeah, these are the supply chains of the future, and these are also the growth markets of the future. Executive Vice President, we have around 10 minutes left, and I think it's good to dedicate them to one of the buzzwords of the year, artificial intelligence. And in parallel, we have the other buzzword of the year in the EU, simplification. And why is the EU rethinking some of its digital policies, specifically the AI Act?
We are not really rethinking our policies, because I think from our side it's important to have always good balance with the innovations, really boosting innovations, but in the same time taking account also the possible risks, and especially when we speak about AI, which is very fast developing technology. We have to be also aware of the risks, and I think that in the European Union we have good approach here, because we have risk-based approach. So we see that most of the cases AI, there's no risk, and you can very freely develop and come to the markets with your products and services. But then when AI is used in that kind of user cases, like AI is used in the hospitals, AI is operating our transport system, AI is deciding who will get the bank loan, who will get a job, those systems, they have to meet certain standards, and they have to be tested before they are entering to the markets, that the people can really trust also these technologies when they are making important decisions of the people's everyday life. But now with our simplification package, we also proposed few amendments also to our AI Act to make it easier and simpler for the businesses. And this is what we are doing with our simplification agenda. So we want to make Europe faster and easier, simpler for the businesses. Especially we are looking our small businesses, SMEs, because they don't have the same resources than big companies to comply with our rules. And during the last 10 years, when most of our digital rules, they have been created during the 5 or 10 years, there's also many overlapping parts on those, different reporting obligations, and we have to really look at how we can cut red tape and bureaucracy, and that's what we are doing also with the AI Act. And with AI Act, we also made amendment about these high-risk user cases that we are also proposing to postpone this part 1 or 1.5 year time because we don't have the standards yet. So we have to also have the standards for the companies before this part comes to force, because we want to also create, of course, legal certainty for the investors and innovators here.
That's a very important point, because you know how Brussels navigates through narrative, sometimes through very simple media messaging, and somehow people are thinking, oh, the AI Act is paused or it's not applied. No, actually, it's maybe good to remind the audience that it's in place. The prohibited applications of the AI Act are also in place. So if your businesses are engaged in things which, according to our standards, are prohibited, you won't operate on the European market. So the AI Act remains in place, but what is being right now, in a way, optimized is the high-risk angle here, and the fact that our industry indeed needs standards and legal certainty. And I want to stay here on this point because I find interesting parallel when we talk about simplification, also with our sustainability agenda. Because again, in the previous mandate, we were ambitious on certain directions. The geopolitical environment was different. On sustainability, we had a very ambitious agenda. And right now, the European Commission tries to simplify when it comes to reporting obligations for our companies or other parts of the Green Deal. And immediately, stakeholders and businesses and activists are saying, you are deregulating. And the message we're trying to come forward with the Martin Center, my colleagues, is look, we need to rethink parts of this. We're not deregulating. We're simply trying to self-correct because we're in a new situation. Do you also see it this way?
I think in any of these simplification efforts what we have done, we haven't been downgrading somehow our targets. So our targets are remaining very much the same, but sometimes we have been giving more flexibility also to reach the targets, and then we have been cutting also unnecessary red tape and bureaucracy, and we have been also simplifying the things, and we have been looking different overlapping parts what we have in different rules, really to make it easier and simpler for the businesses. And And we have to really continue also this in the coming years, because we have to look at the technological and market developments also, of course, that our rules are also up to date, that they are not hindering innovations, but they are really giving a legal certainty. And with the legislation, we have to really set the clear targets, but then also make it easy and simple for the businesses also and for the stakeholders really to comply with these targets.
Let's maybe upgrade the conversation not only about the nitty-gritty of the AI Act, but artificial intelligence and next-gen technologies in more general. You are very vocal and very ambitious in your vision for an AI continent here in Europe. I guess there's a couple of pillars to this vision. Maybe you can walk us through what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I think Europe is having everything what is needed to be strong in AI. And like I said earlier, also in AI, we have very strong science and research in Europe. And we have now around 8,000 startups who are developing AI. Yes. So it's very lively community. But one big obstacle for our companies has been that we haven't had enough computing capacity, because a lot of computing capacity is needed to train AI. And that's why we have decided together with our member states to invest to 19 AI factories. So to base to our supercomputers, we are now upgrading our supercomputers to AI factories, and it means that we will have 3-4 times more computing capacity in 1 year time than we have now, and we can open up this for our startups and also for our researchers to train AI. So it's a very important part of our AI Continent Action Plan. Also, already in AI Summit in February, President von der Leyen announced that we want to also raise our ambition, and we want to establish also gigafactories. So 4 to 5 gigafactories, which are 4 times more powerful than the biggest AI factories. And there's huge interest among our member states and industry also to invest in this. So these gigafactories, they are built to this idea that European Union and member states, we will fund 30% of them, and then private sector 70%. So it's a public-private partnership. And it was very positive to see also that all our top industries, they were willing to invest together with member states and European Union to these gigafactories and computing capacity. But of course, this infrastructure is just one part. We are also working really to create and facilitate that we have high-level data sets also for AI development. And we want to bring together with these AI factories really to computing capacity and high-quality data sets. And that's why part of our simplification package was also the data part. So we want to make it easier also to have access to data for AI development and for the innovations. And also, we are now working really to support our industries to uptake AI. So it's not enough that we are just developing AI. So we can be very strong in Europe when we are also combining AI with our traditional industries. And we have identified now 11 key industries which are important for European economies, and we will support now those industries to uptake AI. And especially we will focus also to SMEs, because we know that many of the SMEs, they don't really know that how they could use AI. And that's why we will use especially our digital innovation hubs, which we have more than 200 in our member states in every region. And they will support also our SMEs on the ground to understand how they could use AI, and they will also do matchmaking between AI developers and with the SMEs to support uptake of AI. So we see that here we can be very, very strong in Europe when we are combining AI with our industries and businesses, and now we are especially focusing to that.
Yeah, and we see how different countries are contributing with different types of excellence or infrastructure. Finland has an amazing supercomputer, Lumi, if I'm not mistaken, powered by clean energy. So this is invigorating to hear. Final question, maybe on the money behind it and the whole AI strategy. How do you see the framework? Do you think Europe is going to rise up to the challenge when it comes to financing? Because indeed, computing power, infrastructure, human development, SME support, we need financial support as well, right? So. Yeah,
of course we need, especially now when we are investing to this infrastructure, big investments are needed. But for example, when we had this initiative call for interest for these gigafactories, those stakeholders who were participating, they were planning to invest to these infrastructures more than 230 billion euros. from the industry side. So we see that there is a huge interest also together with our member states and the European Union to build this infrastructure, which is very, very important. And now we will also support the uptake of AI in these key sectors with these flagship projects. We will invest 1 billion now for that we can support the first actions also there in the European level. Of course, member states are doing a lot also in the same time.
So the framework is there, the money is there, hopefully also the political will, and I'm sure that the European Commission is pushing in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Vice President Henna Virkkunen, a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Alicia.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Virkkunen and Dimitar, for this insightful and incredibly timely interview. We would like to invite you to join us for a networking lunch. We shall resume our panel on competitiveness at 2. Enjoy your lunch and see you again shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We now move to the fourth panel of EIF, titled Europe's Competitive Conundrum, Balancing Growth and Politics. This session goes to the heart of another of the EU's most pressing challenges: how to unlock investment, innovation, and competitiveness in an increasingly fragmented and geopolitical charged economic environment, while navigating the political constraints that too often slow reform. To guide us through this discussion, it is my pleasure to introduce the moderator of this panel, Eowyn Drea, Senior Researcher Officer at the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies. Eowyn, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
We go? Okay, yep.
Go in the middle, Zanetta. Yeah. Dirk, you're here beside me,
Okay,
I think.
I'm here. Thank you.
And Daniel. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Dirk, I think you might have to leave a bit early.
In an hour.
Okay,
exactly.
good. Okay.
So if we stick to that clock, then we're fine.
Yes, we have a fine big clock. So I just want to say welcome to everybody. I'll start just by introducing the speakers. We've got Zanetta Vignere, Deputy Head of Cabinet from the Dombrovskis Cabinet, whose mandate includes simplification, productivity, efficiencies, etc. From the European Parliament, we've got Dirk Gotnik, EPP Group, NSC from the Netherlands, I think Vice Chair of the Special Committee on Housing, and a big, supporter of the single market and what we can do to make it better. From academia, we all know Daniel Gross from his time with CEPS here in Brussels. He's now at the University of Bocconi in Milan. I would say one of Europe's most respected macro economists. And finally, from the entrepreneurial trenches, we've got Peter Westerbacke, serial entrepreneur, founder of Slush, which is the biggest event for startup venture capital in Europe, based in
the world.
In the world,
yeah,
excuse me.
Not be modest Europeans.
Yes, and Peter is, I have to say, was also the driving force behind the Angry Birds franchise with Rovio, my daughter's favorite movie. So she'll be very, very impressed that you were on the panel today. I just want to start by saying, because we only have, according to the clock, 58 minutes, this is not going to be a panel lamenting the last 20 years and how we perceive ourselves as falling behind the United States and China and stuff like that. I feel like if we spent half as much time trying to get the solutions rather than talking about what Washington thinks about us, we'd be a lot further along the way to where we need to go. So we're really just going to talk about two questions. How do we get more growth and productivity into the European economy? And two, we need to talk about the politics of that, because in a lot of contexts, the economics is quite, if not simple, at least there's a lot of agreement on what the big macro issues that need to be done. But it's politics, it's political will that really, nothing can happen. Nothing can happen without that. But I want to start to provide, kind of a concrete example. It's to kind of show where we actually are today. And that is, it was a headline from the Financial Times last week. And I'm quoting directly: companies swamped by 3,000 hours of paperwork to tap EU climate funds. Of the 7.1 billion euros awarded from the bloc's flagship innovation programme for clean tech, only 5% has been paid out. And that Clean Innovation Fund was established in 2021. So it kind of highlights, the impediments. We heard this morning from Anne Mettler that, the EU tender for improving electricity grids in Europe, for those who apply, it's 23,000 pages long. So Zanetta, I will come to you first. Your commissioner has a very clear mandate, very clear objectives. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what are the three real kind of priorities that you're going to be focusing on in the coming years?
Well, here, first of all, thanks a lot for inviting me, and pleasure to see such eminent speakers to discuss these topics. First of all, I would like to zoom out a little bit and say, let's say, 3 perhaps priorities we should attend to. One is definitely hard security, because without hard security, you also don't have stability and predictability for doing business. And that includes support to Ukraine. Second, of course, you already mentioned political will to go to push through very ambitious competitiveness agenda. And there indeed you have many components. You already mentioned a very important component, which is bettering our regulatory environment. And actually it's quite cheap. All you need is real political will. It doesn't cost a lot. Secondly, I think we have to, when we speak about competitiveness, we have to remember all the good projects, such as deepening single market, bringing down barriers in the single market. So maybe simply making it easier for companies to do business in the single market. And then we also have to always remember that we've been talking a lot about capital markets union, about access to capitals, but this is exactly where we are at huge disadvantage in comparison to the US and also China. The third, maybe new policy work stream is what we call the economic security, because in this more fragmented, more power-based world, we also have to learn to assert ourselves, assert our interest, meaning European interest. And I would say even learn to speak the language of power, which is somehow counterintuitive to Europe because we operate by consensus. So this is the whole economic security agenda. It comes into like kind of giving us toolbox, but also more strategic use of those tools to defend our interest, while not losing our partners and like-minded countries that still want to cooperate with us and still want to trade with us. And trade is, of course, our force.
And it's a big, just a quick follow-on, it's a big kind of almost a psychological shift that's required in Europe, a cultural shift to go from, you know, very consensus-based 27, 28 leaders around a big council table to, you know, something which is a lot more pragmatic and a lot more kind of willing to push ahead, even if not all 27 agree.
I agree. And also you need cultural and behavior shift also to change from bureaucracy culture into kind of anti-bureaucracy culture. That's also a cultural shift that we need to achieve.
Yes, exactly. Dirk, if I could come to you, what is kind of the view from the European Parliament? We hear a lot of talk at the moment about simplification, but what does that mean from your perspective, and what do you think that should mean from an EPP perspective?
Well, I think that simplification is an important part of the agenda, but I don't think, we would be fooling ourselves if we think that the European economy is going to be significantly changed only by changing some rules on the deforestation regulation or by simplifying some tweaks in legislation. Yeah. It was mentioned, the Capital Markets Union. We've been talking about it for 10 years. Everybody knows what needs to be done. And the real question is, do the key member states where the financial markets are deepest, are they willing to jump into the cold water together? Yeah. And that comes at a price of control, of national sovereignty, they would call it back home. But in a world of geopolitical shocks, we need stronger barriers to protect our economy. So the deeper financial markets energy markets, second one, very important. If we want competitiveness in Europe, we need to get energy prices down. And if that means the Commission needs to massively invest in nuclear, then hell, do it. But we need to move forward. And at some point also, if the governance structure of 27 is unsuitable to make progress on the financial markets, for example, because the dominant narrative that we are now talking about most of the time, also when we look at the MFF, for example, the multi-financial framework, it's how we distribute among each other. We're talking way more about distributing what we have than we do about making more money.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
If you go to the US, they think about making money, and then they talk about how we're going to distribute that. And so we've got it all the other way around.
Yeah.
And I think if we do not change, and maybe that's the behavioral, the cultural thing that really needs to change, because the cake is getting smaller. And if we want to avoid getting into permanent conflicts with each other about a decreasing size of the cake, we have to work on making the cake bigger. And for that, crucial is deeper financial markets and lowering our energy prices. And if we get that done, this mandate, then this would be a success. But only the omnibuses will not be enough.
Yeah, it's interesting that, like, the basis of, over the last 50 years of the EU's wealth, of the EU's affluence, has been the single market. And it's interesting how, for whatever political or economic reasons, I think there's certainly a perception in the centre right that it wasn't afforded the level of, the level of concentration that it should have been over the last 10 or 20 years. Daniel, if I could come to you, we've heard about Capital Markets Union. I like to tell this story. In 2014, I had just started in the Martin Centre. My wife just moved over from Ireland. She was 7 or 8 months pregnant. It was a stressful time, and my first event for the Martin Centre was how to realise Capital Markets Union by 2020. So here we are. My daughter is starting secondary school next year, and I don't think we are any closer. But at the Martin Centre, we're kind of saying two things. Basically, what the other speakers were saying, we need to refocus on a couple of really strategic topics. And the second thing is that a shortage of money is not actually Europe's problem, because it really annoys me when people say, we don't have the money to spend on this, we don't have the money to spend on that. If we spend more on defence, we'll have to cut social security. But like literally there's trillions of euros just lounging around in every member state that is not fully utilised. So I'm just wondering, I think, one of the key issues you've highlighted in your writing is that there's an actual kind of lower rate of return on investment in Europe compared to, the United States. So I'm just wondering what would you advise to kind of tackle that problem?
That's, I think, a very big question, because, as you say, there's no shortage of private money, private savings in Europe. There's a shortage of public money in a certain sense, but there's a lot of it, but it gets spent already. So to top it up with something for Ukraine is difficult, right?
Yeah.
But coming back to the private sector savings, there, I would say that maybe the Capital Markets Union is second order. And let me explain why. So if you look at the overall rates of investment in Europe, they have been equal or higher than that in the United States for 25 years, right? That's the figures are very clear. But the return have been much lower, right? And the question is why?
Yeah.
Now, this has partly to do with the way our financial systems work, which is bank-centric and based on credits. And our policy has always been, let's get the interest rate on credits a little bit down from 2.8 to 2.7 or 6, and then maybe we get somewhat more investment.
Yeah.
You will get, but investment that yields 2.6%.
Yeah.
Right? What we are lacking in Europe is more risk capital, equity capital, and then in your area, venture capital to some extent. Why do we lack that? people talk about financial education and so on. I think that is correct to some extent, but only to some extent. And that is because we have social security systems which are all through the state. We have some countries in Europe, smaller countries usually, Holland, for example, Denmark, Switzerland, Sweden, where we have a very strong capital market, venture capital market also. We have lots of innovation. And these are all the countries where you have at least a private pillar to the pension system.
Yeah.
And I think if I have to choose between the Capital Markets Union and every country in Europe adopting, I don't know, a Dutch or a Swiss type scheme for pensions, I would go for the latter.
I agree.
Okay. Good.
And for us, it's part of the package. So
Okay.
pensions proposals are part of the savings and investment union. It's basically
Okay.
what we talked about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just getting more banks, more
Totally agree.
business.
Yeah.
So I think that is the key issue for Europe.
Yeah.
And that's 90% national.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where the action should be.
Yeah, and I just want to provide a bit of context. Like we have several countries in Europe where public spending as a percentage of their GDP is well over 50%. And that includes, Belgium, France, obviously. You compare that to, Australia, it's about 27%. Canada, it's about low 40%. In Ireland, I can't comment because GDP doesn't mean anything, so who knows? It's a very interesting point, and I think it's one I'll come back to. But I just want to bring Peter in first. Peter, what do you think from your from your side of the market? Do politicians really get it? Is there a difference between what politicians think entrepreneurs need and what entrepreneurs actually need?
I think that politicians have very limited impact on like anything, or and I think also, the easy part is always like the money, and let's throw money at the problem, and that is if you look at now what we've been doing in EU, so we throw money at like Eastern Europe, and we're turning Eastern Europe into Africa. That you can't do anything without who's going to give the money, so it's like cancer. So I think that public funding is very dangerous, and it's very easy to let's throw some money at the problem and hope it goes away. It doesn't go away, and I think that of course it's great if we get the capitals market sorted and like all of this stuff, very, very important, but it doesn't matter if we don't have the right mindset. And I think that is the biggest problem that we have in Europe, that it's kind of like we're like a football team, and we've already lost the game. Even we already started because like the Americans and the Chinese, and how can we compete because like we're European. So we use our like Europeanness as an excuse for not being successful. This is something that has to stop. And then when we look at like what we have actually achieved, you look at Ilkka. He started this little company called Supercell, most successful games company ever. And it's based in Helsinki, in Finland. Last time I checked Helsinki, it's in Europe. Or you look at Daniel, he started this little company, many of you have probably heard about it, Spotify. Where did he start it? In Stockholm. It's in Sweden. It's in EU. So it seems like, Ilkka and Daniel, just to name two successful European entrepreneurs, the EU and Europe didn't manage to kill them or stop them from being successful. So clearly you can be successful in Europe. Clearly, you can win, the football match, So I think that the mindset is really like super important. And actually, reason we started Slush. So Slush, that if you haven't been there, you should come and check it out, because it's the biggest and best startup event on the planet. This year, we had over 6,000 startup founders from all over the planet, from the US, from China, from like everywhere, and we had over 4 trillion. So that's like 4,000 billion. It's a lot of money in venture capital. Biggest gathering of venture capital any given time, anywhere on the planet. And this was in Helsinki in November, in the EU, in Europe. So we started Slush back in 2008, and the reason we started that was that I gave a talk to 600 students at Aalto University in 2007. And I was talking about, okay, my own entrepreneurial journey. You know, I started, you know, like at the original tech startup that Bill and Dave started in the garage in Palo Alto in California, and okay, Silicon Valley happened and all of that. So then I was talking about all of this, and then I asked the students, how many of you are going to start a company or join a startup, you know, once you graduate or even before? Out of 600 students in Helsinki, you know, in 2007, three raised their hand. Everybody wanted to go work for Nokia, Kone, Wärtsilä, one of the big corporations, maybe some even for the government. And, you know, there's nothing, you know, I have to be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. We need people who, you know, maintain the status quo.
Yes.
But if the young people are all about, you know, let's get a good job and maintain the status quo, they're not doing what young people need to do. Young people are there to change the world. That's what they need to do. And how do you change the world? You start companies, you know, to fight climate change, or, you know, like better banking services, or, you know, make games. So that's why we started Slush. We needed to change the mindset. And now if you then fast forward to today, you know, so Slush, you know, about 20,000 people come there from 160 countries and all that. But the biggest and best startup event on the planet is run by young people. We had 1,700 young people from 60 countries. They make Slush happen. They build the event. You do that for a year, 2, 3 years. You learn how to build the biggest and best startup event. And after that, you go out and you build the biggest and best startups. Like Mickey Hughes to run Slush. Then he started Volt, and now, you know, 7 billion, you know, exit. And, you know, you see these Volt things, you know, all over the Europe and planet. But the thing is that we now achieved what we set out to do. So there was a study a couple of weeks ago in Finland that now more than half of the young people in Finland want to start a company. And again, you know, like if you look at then the results, we have in what I call the finest Bay Area, Finland, Estonia, Sweden, we have the highest number of startups per capita, we have the highest number of unicorns per capita, and we have the highest amount of venture capital invested into local startups per capita in the world. So we are winning. We are beating the US. China doesn't have a chance against us, you know, authoritarian regimes where you can't disagree with the great leader without being, you know, sent to some forced labor camp or alligator Alcatraz. You know, so the thing is that Europe is winning, but we don't know it yet. Everybody wants to be European. So it comes back to the values. But the thing is that we have to stop using this Europeanness that, oh, I'm from Europe, you know, so I'm a loser, I can't achieve anything. And if I was in the US, I would be very successful.
Yes.
Bullshit.
And it's true, because there's a new paper out today. I just saw the headline looking at the world's most successful quantum computing clusters. And the top 3 are in Europe, 2 in the UK and one in Helsinki.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, what's the problem?
Yeah. So, Zaneta, I'm thinking then from your role, you know, to help kind of facilitate and accelerate this, doesn't the EU need really just kind of almost to do what it should do best, which is to go back to being very boring, you know, cutting obstacles in the single market, you know, focusing on allowing businesses do business across 27, 28 member states? Because, you know, in my view, that wasn't the main point on the agenda, you know, prior to the last European elections.
Well,
maybe I'm being harsh, you know.
First, I have to still come back to the previous speaker and rebut his point on Eastern Europe being flooded with money, because it is especially in Eastern Europe that you have tons of non-subsidized innovation.
Yeah, true.
So like Estonia, if you look at Poland and drones and Polish economy, frankly, we cannot call it a subsidized economy, yes. The same if you look at laser industry in Lithuania, etc., etc. So let's shift this image from Eastern Europe receiving only cohesion funding.
All of Europe has like same kind of problem.
I think if there are problems, there are more problems in Western than Eastern Europe, to be honest.
No, Eastern Europe is like a bright spot on that.
Economic point of view.
Agree.
Yeah. Also, you see it in growth rates. Just check out the growth rates, and we see where the structural problems are. So
Yes.
rebut on Eastern
True.
Europe.
True.
Then speaking about the single market, of course, the European Commission now is having it on agenda. We are working on this 28th regime for specifically like innovative companies, so the scope will be pretty limited to start with, just to give this proposal a chance, because as you mentioned, there are also very strong national interests of, let's say, how to put it politically correct, not going too fast with deepening single market, especially in services.
Yes.
Yes, so I would tend to agree to what you said, that this type of basic project, you know, just make life for businesses easier and also kind of make it easier for companies to expand and grow up in Europe. This indeed sounds kind of boring on day-to-day basis. Yeah, it's not like a huge headline you can sell or ribbon you can cut, right? Yeah. So in that sense, I agree with you that perhaps we lack drive on these fundamentals that are kind of boring daily effort, you know, just to provide fundamental conditions for foundational conditions. And I'm also a little bit, maybe a message on caution also on simplification agenda. We put this objective of simplifying life for companies, like administrative reporting and administrative costs, by 37.5 billion a year by the end of this mandate. With today Omnibus, we have, let's say, formally overreached 10 billion of kind of cost, less costs in administrative burden. But you see, we still need to keep going for the next 4 years if we want to see a meaningful result from this agenda, something that businesses would actually feel. And so there, I also feel that this simplification agenda is a very good candidate to be somewhere placed next to single market or next to capital market, where we are kind of Sunday simplificators. Yeah, like we all believe in simplification, but we don't do enough, or we don't have the necessary drive to bring it forward.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I want to ask Dirk and Daniel quick follow-up questions, and then I'll open up for some questions and before we get back to the debate. Dirk, maybe if I could ask you like a very political question, which is, you know, we've got to a situation now where the EPP is very well represented around the council table, head of the commission, head of the parliament, etc. So, you know, there is a pressure to deliver before 2029.
Well, you can't blame anyone else anymore, can
exactly, yeah.
I mean,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
We're on the line there. And that's why also the pressure is so high. And I think just restricting ourselves to vertical simplification in specific sectors is not enough. One of the problems we have, and maybe this is also connects with the mentality issue, we talk a lot about sectors that are in trouble. You know? Cars, chemicals, all the heavy industry, basically. And that's very much a losing narrative. And we're spending a lot of time in trying to protect them. And rightly so, because some things are simply needed in the next crisis to be able to make stuff that are important. Steel, one of the important ones as well. But then, what do we do with services? I think we've stopped talking about services. And the fact that we are so careful about this 28th regime shows already how delicate this issue is. But if the IMF, and recently Lagarde also in the Econ committee says, so on goods we have this internal tariff inside the EU, and we still call it a single market, and it's more than 50% internal tariff. We should be very careful using the word single market if we have a 50% internal tariff. On services, it's more than 100%, yes? So so the fact that we still tap ourselves on the shoulder and saying that we have this single market and it's the biggest achievement ever, well, honestly, we are simply not ambitious enough. And that's why, besides the vertical simplification, and yes, we can go on with that, but honestly, also in the political polarization, it's not going to help sort of the center sort of get together and move forward on a horizontal agenda of integrating the services in the internal market.
Yeah, and it's interesting then because it ties in. I get very worried when I hear, there's a lot of debate in Brussels, very vocal voices about, we need to, protect our democracy, etc., etc. All that is, all that is very rational. But, the last US presidential election, I would say the Brexit referendum, I would say...
But it's so frustrating. Why? The Brits' narrative on the regulations was already there. Huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Brexit campaign was run on over-regulation, also the migration stuff, but a lot on the over-regulation. Did we really learn from that?
No.
No. And then the second point on the services, to finish that. Sometimes I just talk to a leading group of Greek retailers. I'm working on the customs reform, which we call ourselves a customs union. There is no such thing as a customs union in Europe. Everything is national. And they're being flooded by the Chinese platforms. And they all think that their competition is with China and with the US. But then if you talk to the political leadership, they're competing with each other in Europe. Yeah. So the politicians in Europe are competing with each other, while the businesses are competing with China and the US and other places in the world. And this is a huge mentality gap in terms of what are we dealing with. And I see it this evening. We will be in the negotiations on the customs reform. The member states will try to block each other out from creating real European solutions. And all the retailers outside that are literally dying because of massive amounts of products, non-compliant products coming onto the internal market. And there is a big gap in sort of understanding what the real problem is between the business side of things and the political side of things.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I think it's becoming, at least as I read it, it's becoming apparent that Luxembourg, Ireland, Cyprus have been quite successful in blocking current proposals for, single supervision of capital markets. So, yeah, as you say, we have a long way to go. Daniel, one thing I wanted to follow up with on you is banking union. It's very interesting in Brussels because there's a limited pool of political capital to kind of get things done. And I saw it, for real up close when Draghi came out in 2012 or 2014, whenever, and said he was, do whatever it takes to save the euro. The political will for further economic reforms on the fiscal side just completely evaporated, because it had been such a bruising financial crisis that, nobody wanted to press ahead with finally, finishing the final strand of banking union. But do you think, you say we need kind of like, a less bank-centric system, but isn't like the crux of the problem really political? Like, until there is a German chancellor who signs off on an Italian bank buying a German bank, then really, we're going to just be sitting around tables here talking about what we need to do.
Let me reply first on the banking union, then something on the internal market, which is very important. On the banking union, that's a solution to a problem we no longer face. In 2014, the banks were weak, very much related to the sovereign, right? And there was and then that's why we also got the banking supervision, the common supervisors, because people realized it's not so much the regulation, but the actual implementation. And that has worked very well. If you talk now to the big banks, they say, nice, right? So you said about the German chancellor to signing up. My view is we should have a situation where he doesn't have to be sign up. He is not asked, right? Where it just happens. I mean, actually, I think we are not that far. right? And what happens now is, of course, that in many takeovers, the victim says, I don't want to be taken over, so I do what the other guy wanted me to do, I do it myself.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what's happening with Commerzbank. So I must say, I don't care much whether the two banks go together or not. But the key thing is, I think legally, the German Chancellor has nothing to say there. And if UniCredit is willing to pay, they should get it. Right?
Exactly.
So I think this is much more because bankers say, yes, can I do something against the will of Berlin, even if it's indirect, because they could put, you are supervised by the ECB, in principle, you can say, bye-bye Berlin. That's on the banking union.
Okay.
On the internal market, I have to defend it. The IMF numbers are wrong. I would say 90% wrong. And we have done our own research, and there's independent research on that, and that concurs that the IMF numbers about this 40%.
So the Draghi numbers are wrong?
I'm talking the IMF numbers.
Because it was in there. He referenced it as well, so I guess he checked it.
No, that was not checked. There are several numbers in Draghi report which are not correct, but that's okay. But I'm just somebody who goes for numbers, right? I just don't accept political statements. But this is academic studies. There are many academic studies of the degree to which trade within the EU is at the level you would expect relative to trade with the rest of the world, given that we have an internal market. And sorry, no, it's not 44%. Some say 4, some say 10, but right. And for services, it's a bit more. But as we all know, services are extremely difficult to measure. Right. Give you an example. I know somebody who has done a fintech startup, let's say in one Northern European member country, very successful. He wants to expand to Southern European one, and he doesn't get an answer to his request to get a license. You can say that is 1,000%, right? That's part of the banking union. And that's part of the reality that whenever you touch consumers, national consumer protection is national.
But if there's an installation of a washing machine, for example, by a company in the Netherlands, he drives over half an hour to to a German client. Yes, he will need 3 forms from the German authorities, and then he picks up the old washing machine and he takes it back home. He's exporting waste at that moment. He needs a waste exporting authorization. I mean, we can dispute them, but we know everyday examples of barriers to trade for the most simple business to the most complex ones. And this is something that Europe should deal with if we're really serious about the economy.
That's true, but okay, in the overall picture of things, right, where the mass production is, I can guarantee you. I would say in the single market for goods, the remaining trade barriers are of secondary importance. In service, it's extremely, I think in your area, internet services, AI for business, it's a global market, right? And there's no problem with the internal market. So in these the markets where we would like our entrepreneurs to go to, the washing machines are important for everything, I agree, right? But if you want to do something AI or whatever, apart from the AI Act,
just a detail.
Just a detail. That's business to business. You see, business to business, it's not so much a big deal. Business to consumer, it's hell.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to open up for questions. We've about 20 minutes left. I've got a few that came in on social media. So if anybody has a comment or a question, just raise their hand. I see one here and another there. We can start with those two.
Thanks. Thanks, Viet Novotny from the Martin Center. Just go back to the question of simplification. Just to ask a couple of volunteers on the panel, if you were to put an estimate figure of increased economic growth, if the simplification agenda gets implemented, what would it be? Would it be a 0.1% higher economic growth over the next 3 years? Would it be 0.5, 1%?
0.0.
Yes, I do not have such figure. We are more measuring really the cost of administrative burden. So it's more in absolute figures. Like, for instance, today, these 8 omnibus packages, and I agree, these are sectorial, they have generated about 10.5 billion of savings per year to companies. So that's how we work with it.
That's 1/10 of 1 percentage point of GDP.
Okay, but
level.
Yeah.
But the goal of that, the goal was not to economic growth. It was to provide to basically, as the legislator, to do our job better and to have effective legislation which doesn't cost a ridiculous amount of money to implement. And because there is, of course, investment space issues within companies, within certain sectors. So I understand fully and I support the simplification. It's just that from a horizontal economic point of view, the big fish are somewhere else. And that is, I think, the important thing.
Okay, and we have one more question over here, I think, to gentlemen.
And behind you.
Perfect, thanks. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much. Yanis Voigtmanis from Turquoise Venture Capital. I'd like to enter a little bit the value of Capital Markets Union, Banking Union, and using an example which is perhaps similar to the washing machines. If we are London-based, we're investors. We are working together with my friend Alexandros in Munich, who is private equity, and partner in Paris. And we have found in Niederschleißheim somebody we would like to invest in. And we can do, between us, there are no issues. We know how we work between us. So you don't have to regulate us or tell us what to do. But when we get to talking to the Sparkasse in Niederschleißheim, which has money laundering rules, which has another, so actually we imagine, but perhaps that's the wrong logic, that Capital Markets Union would actually resolve all that because there would be one set of rules across Europe and we wouldn't have to explain and the poor, bank manager in Niederschleißheim wouldn't have to phone Frankfurt and ask questions. So what Daniel Gross especially, perhaps, on this.
Daniel, on that point, I totally agree with you. That is just over-regulation, which is actually global, and a lot of it is done for fear of American reactions. And that is, I think, where we get a European money laundering agency.
AML, yeah.
AML, right?
AMLA.
So that is
Frankfurt.
So I'm not confident. I'm hopeful that this should be resolved.
Okay, but nevertheless, we imagine that the Capital Markets Union would provide a frame so that any local bank, anywhere in Europe, in Riga, wherever, would actually feel happier, feel more comfortable with us appearing with our several millions and investing in a local company. We imagine.
But I would add that my commissioner, Dombrovskis, he has also tried to tackle this, what we call regulatory overreach by ESAs, so by supervisory agencies, because it's true, one is like level 1 rules, and then how they are translated by supervisors. And now the 3 supervisory agencies are actually running their own simplification exercises, and we are, let's say, keeping heat and pressure on that as well, if it helps.
It is also something for the legislator, because what we underestimate is the how EU law and the vagueness and the vagueness of it creates legal uncertainty down the food chain. And lawyers will always be conservative, and so some people will just simply say AI Act, like Apple does. They have features on AI that they do not sell in Europe, and they're standard in the US, in US products. Why? Because legal simply tells the sales department, we're not selling that there because there's a legal uncertainty. So we also, the way we make laws is so compromise-oriented that we give everyone a bit, but then you get so much vagueness and gray areas, and that innovators don't have time, founders don't have time to wait for the ECJ to sort of have a conclusion on a certain article of a law. And this really is something that we need to work on. I don't have a solution on it because, unfortunately, it's the way the sausage is made here in Brussels. But it's a key issue that is stopping also innovation, I believe.
Yeah, and I think just that gentleman's question reminds me that, you know, personally, I think Brexit was a disaster for EU financial services policy and for the single market. And I think, you know, remember those post-Brexit days when we were told, you know, Paris was going to emerge as a global financial centre to rival London. The amount of expertise that sits in London, you know, 2 hours on the Eurostar from here is expertise we could badly use at the moment. Peter.
Thank you very much. Dirk, you spoke about the big fish. I would like to talk a bit about the millions of little fishes, meaning small and medium-sized enterprise. I'm not talking about the startup, but the large chunk of it. I just finished a study where I looked a bit into the problems of taking up digital innovations, and one of the findings is that it is on the microeconomic level, on the managerial level, that we lack a lot of skills to make new business models. The drag in low productivity is already also originating from that a large part of our business is simply not innovating because they lack these knowledges to integrate new technologies, for example, in their business models.
Okay, thanks. Would anybody like to take that, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's very, very true. and again, where we can create economic growth is, of course, not just, you know, okay, let's save all these big, you know, like car manufacturers and whatnot, but actually, if we can make our small and medium-sized companies a lot more productive, and of course, that's by technology. And in order to use the technology, you actually need to know what you're doing. So we come to education. So then, and that is again one area where you know, we're very strong. If you look at Europe in general, so I mean we have some kind of consensus that education is important, and we're not like anti-science like, you know, some people across the pond. But so I think that that is one area where we should do a lot more, and we should make it easier then for these companies and the leadership there to get access to the skills that they need. So I think that education is not just, okay, that let's educate our young people. We, of course, need to do that, but also we shouldn't leave, you know, like slightly older people running these companies behind. So I think there's a lot to do there. And there are actually people who are addressing that on the private sector. So I think that there's big growth opportunity.
Yeah, and Daniel,
I would add that companies will adjust and will take up new technology if it pays for them.
Yes, true.
If they are in competition. Our industrial sector, which has global competition, they have no choice.
Exactly.
Right? The medium-sized enterprise, especially in the so-called non-tradable sector, they have much less competition. Also, if you are in Europe, to adopt new technologies would mean maybe you have to fire some people.
Yes.
And if you can't fire anybody, it doesn't pay to use new technology. Right? So this doesn't mean we have to take over the US model, right? But we have examples in Europe of countries where easy hire, easy fire, right? Famous Danish flex security and variants of that.
Yep.
So I think the general approach should be, we are now in a situation where the pressure for change across industries and within industries, what products, is extremely strong, and we need to have a more flexible model, a different model from the one when we were just catching up producing more cars every year, right? Or more machines of a certain type. And that means we have to revisit perhaps some of the employment protection legislation, which is national. I repeat, not following the American model, but see how we can combine flexibility at the level of the enterprise with security for the individual. So as the Danish model says, not guaranteeing industries, but guaranteeing or helping everybody, every individual, to have the potential to get a decent job. But getting away from, I think you said that, always protecting the losers. Because that we end up in a museum.
I think for the Martin Center, thinking about misappropriation of social protection. Is an interesting path, because I think a lot of people in the founder and innovative environment they're not the losers of the labor market, you know. And if they lose a job simply because an innovation just stops or because, you know, the plan failed, you go on to the next thing. And that was one of the main issues. Why are a lot of European founders in San Francisco? It has to do with labor laws. It has to do with, Dirk, if I have 4 people and one of them is not functioning or not part of the mission anymore, then I lose 25% of my capacity. And that's simply not possible for a startup. And then I need to deal with that. In Europe, it's almost impossible. And these are not people that will never get a job again, you know? And so we need to have those discussions, also because of demographic change, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think it's very important. I just want to provide a bit of context, because the inflexibility of the labour markets and the level of social security in continental Europe relative to the English-speaking world really shocked me when I got to Belgium first, and I can provide a very concrete example. In, say, Belgium, I work on a Belgian employment contract. It's the classic Bismarckian system. You know, if Tommy fires me tomorrow because I'm a terrible economist, maybe, I'm not even sure if you're allowed to do that. There might be, most likely not. You know, I will get, we can try, I will get like 55, 60% of my salary for 6 months, then whatever, another 50%. If I'm in the very same job in Ireland, which is an EU member, and I lose my job, it doesn't matter if I'm on 20,000 euros a year or 250,000 euros a year. I get a flat rate, you know, American-style model, British model of like 250 euros a week. So it creates incentives. It's all about incentives. Society is about incentives. And currently, like, there are very little incentives in a lot, particularly Western Europe, for people to innovate, to be entrepreneurs. It just doesn't pay when you have social security systems structured as they are. But the political question is, that surely would be politically toxic. And look at France. And we're not talking about any, like, the English-speaking world looks at France and thinks, my God, they're stuck in the 1960s, which is probably the last time that they ran a balanced budget.
Well, I guess if every day a bigger part of the population is in pension, and every day the labor shortages is going up. So if there's not an ideal moment at some point where we can talk about this stuff, because actually not finding a job is almost impossible if you're ready to move for a job. That is, there are of course certain conditions. And again, we're protecting also from my Christian democratic tradition and the social market economy, we protect the weakest, the most vulnerable. But I'm talking about the group that is not weak and not vulnerable, totally mobile and able to actually change jobs. And I think we've also gotten used, again, we're getting back to the mentality here and our own resilience, how to deal with uncertainty. Maybe in a couple of weeks I don't have a job anymore. And then I'll just find a new one. And I think younger generations are way more used to that kind of uncertainty than the older generations think. And in that sense, I think there's an opportunity, a political opportunity also to actually talk about this.
Yeah, and I have to say, it's one of the unrecognized factors. The focus is always on taxation or whatever, but it's one of the, one of the key drivers why so much US investment still goes to either London or Dublin. It's because of the labour market, and it's because of the flexibility. And you know, Google in Dublin is full of continental Europeans working there, and the world doesn't end because they're not on a Belgian employment contract.
True.
But, you know,
don't tell the Belgian labour unions.
Yes, well, well, the Belgian Treasury needs every euro I can get at the minute. But I think do we have one more question? Yes, please go ahead.
I have a small question. Some comments today seem to oppose success, money, and European values, as if economic ambition were somehow incompatible. Yet, for a company to succeed, you don't only need capital and money, you need talent. And maybe you need some stable institutions, stable all you are talking about. And then my question is, how could we make that EU promote an economic culture where these are not opposites, because they are complementary? And when you are talking about simplification, I followed the digital legislation since '94. There, simplification is needed because never the legislator understood digital, what was digital, and the reason you mentioned it was because they were advised by lawyers. And the European regulation is a battle between innovators, technological innovations, and the Asian corporation of lawyers. And that's it. And now you come to simplification. And
yeah, well, I think actually it's a very good question. We've got about 5 minutes left, so I can wrap up. I can give the speech.
So I think that's the most important thing, people. I mean, that is kind of like, should be very, very clear. And you're absolutely right. I mean, if you look at our demographics across Europe, we're not getting younger. That's like, rule like biology. But the thing is, what we have and why I believe that we are winning, as Europe, is because of the values. I mean, this is something that, it's very, very good to look at. Like if you look at now what is happening in the US, and when you talk to people who don't look like American, they're scared like every day that these crazy ICE people will like arrest them and then they'll wake up in Alcatraz or something like that. So you realize then the importance of these values that, I mean, without freedom you have nothing, and we're so used to it that of course, and like we have all of these things, but we can't take them for granted. And now we have kind of like a perfect storm because there are so many talented people who, like again, realize that, maybe I could live somewhere else and I don't want to be scared like every day. It's a little bit like what happened during the pandemic, for people, rich people in Shanghai, that I can't leave my apartment for 8 weeks. Like what kind of freedom is this? So they were like happy when, living standards, everything were going up, but then they realized that, hey, I'm locked up and I can't do anything and I have all the money in the world, but, can't do anything. Yeah. So I think that what we should focus on is attracting the best and the most talented people. They shouldn't go to San Francisco. I mean, they should stay here in Europe. They can go to like any of our nice cities and they can build fantastic companies here, and then they can enjoy the European values. So we need to talk a lot more about our values, because that's what's important. And you realize, when you don't have access to that, maybe, you need to rethink.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And we've probably taken it for granted for a very long time. Sinead, any final words? What would be the one kind of message you'd like to leave people from the panel today?
I would completely second this idea that Europe is very attractive, precisely because of values, and we shouldn't underestimate this attractiveness. And that actually, if there was one true thing in national security strategy, US national security strategy, then I fully concur that Europe lacks self-esteem and self-confidence.
Yes.
That was absolutely right.
Yeah, and I think maybe that in an economic context, that Central and Eastern Europe have an important role to play as well, because I think if you look at the reforms, the EU-mandated reforms that the former communist countries went through in the 1990s, I think there, and later, there's a lot of valuable lessons there for a Western Europe that is, almost impossible to reform both politically or economically. Poland is a very clear example of an economy that's
and in Poland, they understand that if we don't fight Russia in Ukraine, we'll fight them in the streets of Brussels.
Yes, exactly. Daniel, any last musings?
I think our self-esteem would have a much stronger backing or base if we didn't stifle a lot of entrepreneurial talent that we have at home.
Yes.
So I think we have people, I think, technically well prepared, but as we discussed earlier, there's legislation or rules, I think 90% national, perhaps 10% EU, that stifles the application of innovation, the development of new industries, and the running down of old ones. And I think that is what we need to think about now, especially given the new geopolitical context. That's, I think, where we put a lot of emphasis politically.
Okay.
So in fact, and I totally agree, in Europe, yes, we might need some omnibuses, but where we need a whole fleet of omnibuses is in the member states.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
That is where the actual simplification will make a real big difference in the lives of innovators. And when it comes to the attractiveness of Europe, just look at all the successful people from other continents. Where do they try to get a passport? Yeah? Where do they try to live? Where do they send their kids to school? Yes, it's a lot of the time it's Europe.
Yeah.
So I'm not at all one of the fatalists of our European identity at all. I think we are one of the best places in the world, and it's only for us to lose. And that is basically what the next decade is about.
Yeah, yes. I think that's a nice way to wrap up this panel. I want to thank all our speakers taking their time. Taking the time today. I know they're very busy because it's coming up to Christmas. For those speakers who travelled from outside, thank you for your questions. Thank you. Thank you for. I think it was an interesting discussion. And with that, I would like to pass back to Alicia.
Many thanks to Owen and to our distinguished panelists for this dynamic and insightful conversation. We're nearing the end of our agenda, but first, I'm happy to announce a set of interviews with industry leaders participating in this forum. Our first interview features Matt Brown, Head of European Government Affairs at Apple. Then we will continue with a second interview featuring Richard Robinson, Vice President, European Policy and Government Affairs at Bristol Myers Squibb. To guide us through these conversations, I'd like to invite our moderator, Dimitar Lilkov, Senior Researcher Officer at the Martin Center. Over to you, Dimitar.
Hello, friends. It's me again. We continue with the more industry-focused part of our program today with two back-to-back interviews. And with Matt, we just spoke backstage that, we've all had our fair share of acronyms and strategies, but maybe now let's talk about the industry side of things. Matt, thanks for joining us. You are doing important leading work in Apple, but before we start talking about specifics, maybe tell us about Apple's footprint in Europe and the key industrial things you're involved in terms of consumer services and applications.
Yeah, look, thanks, Dimitar. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks everyone for joining, and to everyone at the Martin Center who helped organize this. Glad to be here. This is not something we necessarily talk about a great deal, and I think that's a bit to our detriment. But we've been in Europe for over 40 years now. We estimate that 2.6 million jobs in Europe have been created because of our presence and investment. That's through our supply chain, but also through the app iOS ecosystem. We started off quite modestly about 45 years ago, firstly in Cork in Ireland. We had 60 people. But our presence in Ireland now has grown to over 6,000 across Ireland. And we actually have 25,000 employees, direct employees at Apple from over 90 countries that are based here in Europe. So it's quite a significant presence and a significant contribution. In Cork, what we have is some very, very highly talented, skilled individuals, PhD engineers, world-leading talents. Some of them are working in a new center that we created in 2022, which is an R&D engineering research center that basically looks at ways in which we can improve the durability and the reliability of our products. It's quite a funky place, and if any of you are ever in Cork, then you should come and see it. But it's what we do is we mimic extreme conditions in which our devices will find themselves. So if you're in Brussels, obviously, like there's cobblestones. You don't want your phone to malfunction when you're cycling over cobblestones. So we have a vibration table that has extreme vibrations to make sure that the phone continues to function. We have, apparently in Arizona, there's dust that's really fine, the finest dust in the world. So we have a dust chamber that pushes this through into the devices to see the amount of ingress. And then we take all of that evidence and that data and use it to feed it back into the production and design process so that the products are even more reliable and durable than they currently are. And all of that happens here in Europe, which I think is something that the team in Cork are proud of and that Europeans themselves should be proud of. But we also have, some quite significant other facilities here. We've got engineering facilities in Munich, in Germany. We have them as well in Barcelona and Madrid in Spain, as well as across Austria. So it's quite a significant initial footprint.
Okay, and I think it's a point of optimism when it comes to skills and the labor preparedness in our continent, because sometimes we're a bit pessimistic about this, but I'm happy to hear that we find some of the best and brightest here in Europe. Yeah,
look, I mean, we invest where the skills are. So it's not, nobody wakes up in Cupertino and thinks, how can we invest more in Europe just out of a point of principle? We go where people are highly skilled and where the talent is. And so that's definitely here. But I feel we also contribute to that talent. So we have one of the facilities that I didn't mention earlier is an iOS academy, a developer academy in Naples, Italy. And now when you think of Naples, Italy, you don't necessarily think of it as a kind of a tech hub where there's lots of investment and innovation. I don't think it was that way 10 years ago. But a decade ago, we formed a partnership with a local university, Federico II. And we took over an old tomato canning factory that was derelict and created a developer academy. And over the last decade, some 3,000 or more students have been through there for a year-long program. They learn everything from how to design apps to delivering AI experiences, as well as a sort of full suite of marketing and business skills that they would need to either enter into the app economy or to start their own business. And what you've seen over the course of that decade is that initial investment by Apple has spurred a whole series of other investments from other tech companies. And Catania, which is the region now where, in which Naples is based, it is now second only to Milan in terms of startups across Italy. So it's something we're sort of really proud of, and the region itself is proud of too.
Okay, and the footprint is growing. That being said, I guess coming back to EU acronyms is unavoidable here, right? So in the last political mandate, the Commission was very ambitious when it comes to tech legislation, the full suites of DSAs, DMAs, Digital Markets Act, for example. I'm curious to hear, from a company perspective, it's been a couple of years since the DMA was implemented. How do you see this type of legislation in Europe?
So when we hear some members of the Commission talking about the DMA, there was a promise that it would create more competition, more innovation, and more choice for users. And I'm sure that's everyone hopes that would be the case. That's not how we see it, and that's not what we're experiencing. We actually think there are disincentives to invest in innovation, and we think it's becoming harder to differentiate yourself in the market. And maybe I can just expand on that a little bit. We do believe that there are now fewer choices for customers. So, for example, the European Commission's interpretation of the interoperability requirement within the DMA means that effectively we now have to give all of our new features and new technology away for free on day one if we are to launch them in Europe to our competitors. That means that we can't necessarily focus our time on building these sort of seamless, intuitive experiences that are unique to Apple. It's more focused on generic solutions and features for every company. And we're also seeing the same when we look at app marketplaces. With some of this alternative distribution and alternative marketplaces, what we're seeing is that iOS is beginning to look a little bit more like Android. So we think that's a reduction of choice and less differentiation. But what's actually more troubling about all of this is that we think the consumer experience is becoming more complicated, less secure, and less private. So let me give you another example here, but we are now forced, because of an interpretation of the interoperability article, to share data, to create features and technology that gives us access to data that we currently don't have access to, and that we don't want to have access to, and that we don't think we should have access to. And to then export that, to give that to third parties, often data-hungry companies that demand it. So we find that worrying, but we're also disappointed that because of the requirements of alternative distributions, you see pornography apps for the first time ever on an iPhone. This is something that would never have passed through our App Store reviews, but now because of alternative distribution is there. And so that's, for us, don't get me wrong, it's not that we don't want to compete. We compete in a very competitive market. The smartphone market, the tablet market, they're competitive. But we think the way to compete should be to invest in technology and then benefit from that hard-earned innovation. That's how you compete. That's how you differentiate, through having better technology or a set of values, whether that's private and security, embedded into your products. And that's not what we're seeing. And for us, it's sort of troubling because we are not the market leader in the smartphone market in Europe. That is Samsung. And we are not the market leader in the operating system. That is Android. Yet interoperability requirements of the EU apply uniquely to us.
I see.
So it's a challenge.
It is a challenge. And I want to follow up on something you mentioned on the consumer experience and also potentially consumer protection as well. We have a new legislative package coming up, the Digital Fairness Act, which specifically looks at consumer protection or preventing certain negative commercial practices online. Mm-hmm. Where do you see the developments of the DFA?
Just taking a step back, we put the user at the center of everything that we do, whether it's how we design our devices, the operating system, the apps, or the services that run on it. And we have teams of engineers and designers that wake up every morning thinking about how they empower users to be safer and to protect their data and their privacy. We do that because our view is that you can only use technology to improve people's lives if it's responsible. So when you think about what we have done with regards to the protection of minors, for example, we've developed some really crucial features, whether that's screen time, whether that's parental controls, whether that's age ratings within the App Store, whether that's now new features that make it easier than it ever was before to set up kids and teen accounts from the moment that you have the phone. But other companies have different views and a different approach towards this. So we think the Digital Fairness Act creates an opportunity to start a bigger conversation about some of these issues. We hope, and we've contributed to that. We made a submission to the European Commission's consultation. We think that there should be stricter regulation around how people are tracked across the internet. We think that it needs to be clear that the protection of minors is the responsibility of all technology companies, not just a few. And we think that there should be incentives to increase privacy rather than reduce it. And then when it comes to minors and others, I mean, the rise of addictive patterns, dark patterns, and addictive design, I think that those are real challenges. So we're hopeful that this will be the actual focus of policymakers going forward, because I think that's what actual users and consumers want to see, those issues tackled.
Do you see European legislation, the whole drafting process, do you see it as holistically user-centric? How do you see it from your company perspective?
Well, look, I've mentioned earlier that some of the things that the DMA forces us to do makes it harder to protect privacy, security, and safety of people using our devices. So we're happy that the DFA provides an opportunity to sort of course correct on that, or at least we hope it will course correct. And a holistic conversation about what is in the interest of users, I think, is important. But look, I don't want to be here just talking about what's wrong with regulation or the challenges. I mean, when we think about Europe, as I said, nobody wakes up in Cupertino and thinks about how we can necessarily invest more. We come here because we see real talent. We see real talent and a highly skilled workforce. And there's a real opportunity for Europe there. I mean, the foundation stones for competitiveness are there. There are some great policy ideas and initiatives that have been touted, whether that's through, Letters' work on completing the single market, whether it's a Draghi report, or whether it's, discussions about, completing the digital single market. And so the opportunity is there. That is something that we want to contribute in. When we think about, for example, the app economy, let me just give you a number, but there's about 128 billion euros worth of billing and sales that went through the App Store last year alone. And if you look holistically, there's over 2 million apps now on our platform globally. 90% of the developers that are on the platform pay nothing at all. And so there is a real opportunity to unleash that creativity. And the debate in Europe is, this discussion about the freedom to stay or the right to stay to balance the right to move or the freedom to move. Nowhere is that embodied more than in the digital economy. The app developers, those who work in this space, they can work from anywhere. They don't have to be based in large metropolitan cities. They can work in small villages, small towns. And so I think there's a real opportunity there. Europe has the talent and the skills, and that's the kind of conversation that we would like to engage in and that we hope to see in the future. So if you guys here can spur that, all the better.
There's a real sense of opportunity here in Europe. This was Matt Brown, Head of EU Government Affairs, Apple. Matt, thanks so much for your time and your insights when it comes to these questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dimitar.
Alicia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Matt, for bringing Apple's perspective into today's conversation. Please join me now in welcoming Richard Robinson from Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hi, Richard.
Hi, Dimitar.
You're in the hot seat now, so we continue the discussion about industrial perspectives and a bit more practical experience and practical solutions, hopefully. So first, maybe for our audience, for online viewers, tell us a bit more about BMS and your footprint in Europe.
Yep, so Bristol Myers Squibb, for those of you not familiar with the business, is a global biopharmaceutical company, headquartered in the US, but with a very proud footprint here in Europe. Our mission is to transform patients' lives through science. And that mission brings us to Europe. We have a very significant footprint here with 6,000 employees across the region. We have 3 fantastic R&D and manufacturing sites in Spain, Ireland, and the Netherlands. And we run hundreds of clinical trials across the European Union in almost every corner of the region, which are a really important part of our R&D process. Each one of those trials is generating investment and growth into the European economy, but most importantly, providing patients with access to therapies that they might otherwise not be able to access. So we're really proud of our footprint in Europe. My role here in Brussels is to work with the institutions and with governments across member states to make sure that European patients are able to access the end results of all of this incredible R&D, the medicines themselves. And finally, I'll just say that we're proud to be part of an incredible industry which is generating real growth and productivity gains across the EU. There's more than 2 million jobs generated by the pharmaceutical industry in the European Union. It's a sector that was identified in the Draghi report as being of strategic importance, and therefore we're absolutely committed to working with the institutions to boost life sciences competitiveness.
Yeah, I mean, specific importance of the sector indeed. When we talk about technology, we kind of veer off into geopolitics, digital, ChatGPT, but it's good maybe to take this conversation further when it comes to actual patient treatments. And tell us a bit more when it comes to technology. We had a wake-up call during the pandemic, of course, but hopefully we've moved on, lessons learned. But when it comes to technology, what is your company doing when it comes to consumer welfare, early diagnostics, or overall consumer welfare in this regard?
So this is a real golden era for technology and the interface between tech and biology and chemistry. It's an incredibly exciting time in healthcare. AI is transforming early diagnosis, and that's really important. Anybody with any engagement in healthcare will know that the earlier you're able to diagnose a disease, the faster you're able to start treatment, and the better the outcomes for the patient. And so we're seeing some really exciting advances, for example, in the application of AI in diagnosing cardiomyopathy. So people may not be familiar with the condition, but this is a cardiac condition, one which is incredibly serious. If you ever hear stories about young, fit sports people having a cardiac arrest on the pitch, that's often related to cardiomyopathy. So it is incredibly hard to diagnose. Less than 20% of patients have actually got the diagnosis, and that's largely because it's reliant on one very simple bit of technology, which is an ECG, but a highly trained cardiologist alongside that ECG, and so it's a very time-consuming process to find the cases. We've used AI to streamline this process, flag those patients which are at most risk of cardiomyopathy, ensure they're seen by a cardiologist, and we've got a number of cases now where patients have been diagnosed who had no symptoms, no idea that they were at risk. So a really good example of how AI is speeding diagnosis and improving outcomes. The other area I'll touch on in technology is one that we're heavily invested in. We have 2 CAR-T therapies approved for use in Europe, and this is really what I describe as kind of the science fiction frontier of healthcare. CAR-Ts are cell therapies, cell and gene therapies, and the concept here is you extract a patient's T cells, their immune cells, process them in a lab, engineer them, and effectively superpower them. You then grow them so you have millions of superpowered cells that you can then infuse back into the patient's body so that those cells and the patient can fight the cancer themselves.
And this is specifically fine-tuned to the individual?
Fine-tuned, personalized to the individual, and highly complex. So that's where we are today. It's being used in a small number of blood cancers, but what we expect over the coming years is for that targeted therapy, cell and gene therapy to be expanded into whole new frontiers of healthcare, chronic conditions like arthritis or lupus, far more patients to reach, but far greater outcomes as well.
Sounds like the 22nd century to me.
Yeah, absolutely. But we need to regulate today for that 22nd century future.
Yeah. And here comes the conundrum here in Europe, because we have this, fantastic track record when it comes to not only educated personnel, not only, university, academia, but also research and development, R&D. We throw a lot of money when it comes to R&D. How do we translate this money and this expertise into actual growth and actual innovation?
Yeah, I'll say up front that Europe clearly has world-class science. We see that every day in the partnerships that we have with academic institutions, with scientific bodies, through the Horizon program where we are heavily invested. You ask about the transition though. There are a couple of barriers. There are things that are holding us and Europe back when it comes to competitiveness in R&D. The first one I'll mention is clinical trials. Yep. I said at the start, they're at the heart of the R&D process, a very significant investment of time and money behind every medicine. And right now we see a regulatory system which is still far too divided. And as a result, the EU's share of commercial clinical trials has roughly halved over the last decade. That is a damning statistic, and it's a decline that we need to stop if Europe's going to succeed in this space. How to do that? We need better harmonization. Too often, companies like BMS are having to deal with 27 individual member states when Europe has that potential to work as one single harmonized regulatory system. And we also need to speed up approval for clinical trials. Speed is of the essence when you're dealing with a highly competitive global environment like this.
Yeah, this is...
The other aspect here is that companies like BMS invest in R&D and clinical trials where we have an expectation that those medicines will ultimately be reimbursed and used in the health systems, and too often that isn't the case in European states. Only around half of the medicines that are approved and used in the US are actually available in Europe.
Only half?
Only half. And so what that means is that Europe is then able to unlock less investment in R&D as a result. And this comes back to the approach to the way in which a lot of European states value medicines, value medical innovation, and we really need to see a change in mindset, one from cost containment to recognition that investing in medicines is an investment in individual healthcare, societal well-being, ultimately productivity and growth. You mentioned COVID. If we've learned anything from COVID, it is that scientific innovation can help transform health outcomes and have a direct link with economic productivity.
Absolutely, I hear loud and clear. You mentioned artificial intelligence a couple minutes ago, and I was just wondering, I guess, as you mentioned, AI and machine learning and all of these applications are very useful in innovation and also making headway in your work. Is there a problem with using these kind of technologies here in Europe when it comes to day-to-day applicability of AI or machine learning or whatever it is related to it in your work in Europe? Any restrictions or?
So we've embedded AI in a lot of what we do. I know I mentioned one example earlier, but it is transforming the way that we discover and develop medicines, because that process is incredibly data heavy, and AI, as we all know, has that ability to simplify and speed the way in which data is analyzed. In particular, in clinical trials, AI allows us to identify patients who might benefit from a trial quickly. It helps us deliver clinical trial reports far more fast. So we're actually on the cusp, we think, of taking 3 years out of the clinical trial time frame. It often takes 10 years to trial a product. If we can take 3 years out because of AI, that is an incredible advance. So yes, we need to see a regulatory framework and an environment that's supportive of exactly that kind of aspiration, one that is sufficiently flexible to adapt to a very fast-moving scientific environment. And I'm hopeful that we'll get there.
And are the people in Brussels, in the Berlaymont, are they open to this kind of messaging?
They are absolutely open to it, and we're expecting a Biotech Act to be published next week. And I am hopeful that it will contain some of what we're talking about here, and improvements to the clinical trial environment and a recognition of the pace of change in medical innovation.
Yeah, I mean, just mentioning the fact that it takes us twice as long for medical trials tells you something about our longevity, about the perspectives, and where the whole thing is moving. So this is a really important point. We have a couple minutes left, and I'm tempted to talk about the transatlantic side of things. I mean, let's be honest. There's been some tensions when it comes to trade, when it comes to politics, and I'm also reminded of what happened 5 years ago when it came to COVID, disruption of supply chains, again nationalism and all of that. Hopefully we've passed that. But when it comes to pharmaceuticals, do you see and do you feel this sense of pressure when it comes to EU-US collaboration? And do we have actual overlaps and areas where we can collaborate better as a Western bloc, as allies as well?
Yep. So look, we're a science-led company. We will always be guided by the science. That's why we're invested in Europe. But clearly we are not immune to the geopolitical context. I'm aware we're kind of talking at a time when the temperature has ratcheted up another couple of degrees in the last couple of days. Our industry and BMS has always supported the situation that we had only last year, when tariffs were in a very different place, but medicines have been exempted from those tariffs for 40 years. That's been a core part of the WTO agreement, and for good reason. Medicines are not a standardized product. They're essential for human health, and we've seen that perfectly in the COVID situation. So tariffs on medicines, we've highlighted concerns on both sides of the Atlantic that kind of thing can disrupt supply chains. We operate with highly globalized supply chains. It can jeopardize patients' access to medicines and ultimately therefore have harm to individuals. So we're advocating for globalized, full and free trade in medicines. I do worry about the reaction and the risk of a spiral of European preference response and that kind of thing. But I hope that all of us can stay focused on the end user, and that's the patients. Because if we focus on the patient and the fact that they need to have access to medicines today and the next breakthroughs tomorrow, then I'm sure we'll get to the right place.
Yeah, and with the Martin Center, by the way, with the previous US administration, we did a lot of work on the Trade and Technology Council between the EU and US. There was a setup of different working groups for a variety of issues, supply chains, semiconductors, and discussing with colleagues and staffers, and there was also discussion about potential avenues for collaboration in biotech, on applying AI in exactly the fields we're talking about. So can we at least remain hopeful that for the years to come we can still have this kind of dialogue for joint overlaps when it comes to things of mutual interest?
Yeah, I hope so. Science only advances with collaboration between states, between regions, between private and public sector, and we've got lots of great examples of that in Europe and in the US over the years. And I'm hopeful that kind of level of partnership and collaboration can continue.
Yeah. And final question, you mentioned the Biotech Act. This is something which doesn't pop up in our usual news feeds or something. Give us a 20-second teaser about biotech and potential regulating or empowering this side of things in Europe.
Well, I can tell you what I'd like to see in the Biotech Act, which is an improved, harmonized system for clinical trials in Europe, something which is really holding us back. I talked earlier about how Europe's competitiveness on that front has declined over the years. China is fast surpassing Europe's clinical trial performance. So that's one area that we absolutely need to see in the Biotech Act. I'd also like to see action on intellectual property protections. This is a real hot topic when it comes to innovative pharmaceuticals, and other regions around the world attracting more investment are doing so because they have stronger regimes for intellectual property protection. Innovative biopharma is intellectual property.
Biopharma is intellectual property. Richard, thank you so much for this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Robinson, one of the vice presidents of BMS. Round of applause. Alicia, thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for your insightful contribution on how the EU can innovate and modernize the healthcare industry. Thank you to all our speakers and all our moderators for steering today's debate, and to all of you for your engagement and presence. As we now come to the end of our program, I'd like to invite MEP Antonio López Istúriz White, Secretary-Treasurer of the Martin Center, to deliver the closing remarks before we head to the closing cocktail.
I'm always the only thing between you and now the much-deserved coffee after these long days. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Tommy, Eon, and many of you are here, Peter. Well, I'm not going to mention all because, that you have contributed to this wonderful European Ideas Forum. Some of my colleagues that they have intervened today and yesterday, they have been telling me, how impressed they were by the organization. So people, staff of the Martin Centers, thank you very much. Splendid job, not easy. From Roberta Metsola to MEPs from the DPP, from also people from the Commission, the institutions, every intervention in every different panel has been equal part interesting and impactful. One message stands with clarity, my friends. Europe is living through a decisive moment, one of which claiming our role is no longer optional but necessary. For 2 days, we confronted a simple truth that our president, President Djurinda, reminded us. We are not only witnessing a changing world, but we are also living in the change itself. Europe works harder than ever, yet sometimes it struggles to translate efforts into strategic strength. Over these 2 days, under the theme of Europe advocating its role in a changing world, we were reminded that the responsibility of power requires both clarity and courage. Now, we are entering a global environment that is more competitive, more confrontational, and far less forgiving to hesitation. And Europe, us, must learn to respond with unity, realism, and capability. As several of the speakers also mentioned, throughout this forum, we have tried through them to answer questions that can no longer be postponed. Why does populism seem to drive more political momentum than values? That's a question that affects all of us. What should be Europe's long-term strategy towards Russia? How do we respond to an American strategic doctrine that increasingly expects Europe to take the lead in its own security? That is something that's fascinating me, among others. And above all, in a world moving faster than us, how does Europe reclaim the initiative? Much of our discussion on democracy and extremism underscored that Europe's internal resilience is inseparable from its external credibility. Politics has become increasingly symbolic. Algorithms reward anger over substance. Fringe voices are amplified until they appear mainstream. As our good friend and teacher in many things, Klaus Welle, reminded us, not every populist is the same, but every democracy must know how to defend itself. That defense begins by addressing the real drivers of discontent: insecurity, stagnation, and the erosion of social mobility. But the message that emerged from the panel was deeper. Europe cannot afford to let extremists set the terms of the debate. Defending borders, safeguarding communities, and ensuring economic competitiveness are not concessions to populism. They are the pillars of the democratic legitimacy. And here, another point emerged, strongly also in the debates. Europe cannot indefinitely rely on assumptions that once felt secure. Our defense architecture, our economic model, and the technological foundations of our prosperity all require renewal. NATO remains indispensable. Let's not forget that, especially the government in my country. But only if we Europeans take on a greater share of the responsibility. Solidarity, this is very important, is not free. And failing to invest, Prime Minister of Spain, in our protection would leave us exposed to choices we would rather avoid. This is the strategic realism of our time. This reality frames our debates on transatlantic affairs. Speakers warned us of a growing strategic gap between Europe and the United States. For any American administration, Ukraine is a problem to be stabilized quickly so that Washington can refocus on global competition. Okay? For Europe, however, Ukraine is existential. And so, as was said, on this stage, we must look into the mirror. Our American allies expect us not simply to spend more, but to be capable of acting more. And this is something that we should take seriously. And that is why Europe must remain present in the world. I would go a little bit further, leading also in the world. That's what we miss, what we lack. A continent like Europe cannot afford to watch from the margins when decisions are taken that shape our prosperity and our security. Leadership abroad requires coherence at home. And coherence begins with recognizing that Europe faces a variety of risks, different risks. The vulnerabilities in cloud, in critical minerals, in supply chains, in connectivity. See some friends, they're much in this world. These are not identical. Treating them as a single challenge leads to broad ambitions with limited results. Europe must act precisely where risks are real, while enabling innovation where freedom is essential. Our reflections on the Mediterranean reminded us of another basic fact. Europe is strongest when it's seen as a reliable partner. Global gateway, in this sense, is not simply a development tool. It is Europe's way of projecting influence through high standards, transparency, and genuine partnership. But we also acknowledged that managing risks does not mean closing Europe. Sovereignty, like some preach, is not autarky. It is the ability to choose to cooperate from a position of strength rather than vulnerability. If we isolate ourselves in the name of resilience, we will weaken the very foundations of Europe's competitiveness. True strength lies in reducing high-risk dependence while deepening ties with partners who share our values. And there are many out there. This approach also shapes our debates on defense capabilities. Europe is set to invest unprecedented amounts in the coming decades, figures that would have been unimaginable only years ago. But money alone will not guarantee security. Europe must develop not only the hardware of defense, but the institutions that make defense credible. Readiness, mobility, procurement, and political cohesion. Some speakers imagine what Europe would look like if Article 42.7 were truly operational, or if we created a European Security Council, or if Ukraine, with its battle-tested army, stood inside our union. These ideas are no longer theoretical. They are part of Europe's strategic horizon. And yet, amid all this transformation, we should not forget something essential. Europe remains a prosperous, stable, and attractive continent. I never cease to tell outside that we are the third largest economy in the world, that we have the second currency in the world. Let's be a little bit proud of that, people. We need to speak well about ourselves outside. We have this tendency to be always very depressive and talking sometimes badly about ourselves. Let's be a little bit more, in that sense, I would say American. Let's be a little bit more imaginative, positive. It's not false. We Europeans, we tend to think that excessive positiveness would be look like false. No, no. It brings hope for the people. And this is Europe about. So, nothing bad about being a little bit positive. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, outside our borders, please. A message that, this is my personal message for all of you, that I couldn't resist to tell today. But all this, claro, is not guaranteed. These days have also shown that Europe does not lack analysis. What it now requires is resolve to reinforce alliances while assuming greater responsibility. That's another word that's not very in our vocabulary. Responsibility, leadership, responsibility. Resolve to treat the single market as a strategic asset. Resolve to invest in the capabilities that underpin real sovereignty. And resolve to embed openness, risk management, and cooperation into one coherent Europe strategy. Let me close these 2 wonderful days with a final reflection, because Europe challenges is not simply to adapt to a changing world. It is to help shape the world that is emerging. And shaping it requires honesty. Honesty with our partners, with our institutions, and with our own citizens. The geopolitical, technological, and economic shifts we face demand not just policy responses, but social awareness of what's going on in our societies. Europe cannot afford complacency. So, as we leave this forum, let us carry with us a sense of purpose. Europe is not there only mere to navigate the world as it evolves. Europe must assert its roles within it, with responsibility, with confidentiality, and in partnership with those who share our values, that there are. The question would be now no longer whether Europe can lead, but whether it chooses to. And also the speed as how it has to do it, because we have some maybe unwanted criticism outside that we are very slow. That's because we are very good Democrats, and we accept everybody's opinion before doing something. That's slow, but I prefer that system, where everybody is represented, not by a single person, by 27, by whatever. I prefer this system. Sorry, it could be slow, but I feel much more represented. I do not agree, by the way, that European societies are in decay, but I agree that we must be more assertive in projecting our leadership. This is not the first time I have said this in this forum, if I recall. The world is not going to wait for Europe. We have to find a way to be part of this new, ever-evolving world. We are not a sidekick. Let us not put ourselves in a secondary position. Many want that, not us, not the people sitting here today. Let us work to keep shaping the world as we have done for the last centuries, with proudness, and defending the values that make us unique and a force for good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tono. Thank you.
second word to Alicia.
Thank you, Tono, for those warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the European Ideas Forum 2025 to a close. Thank you for spending the past 2 days with us. Days full of rich, intense, and truly inspiring discussions. I would like to thank once again all of our speakers, our moderators, and our partners Qualcomm, Microsoft, AT&T, Apple, and Bristol Myers Squibb for making this year's forum possible. A big thank you as well to the entire Martin Center team for the organization of this event, and to all of you here in Brussels and online for your active engagement throughout the whole forum. Please continue to follow the Martin Center on social media for updates on our upcoming activities. Well, thank you once again, and have a wonderful evening, and see you soon. We're having a cocktail outside, so feel free to stay with us and continue the conversation informally. Thank you.
are falling down, blue moon on top my tongue. Listen to the melody deep inside of me. Clouds are floating in the sky. This motive in my mind is playing on and on too. Now I'm not going to sleep. Baby, I'm here to stay. Even if I'm not brave, baby, you need to see that I'm not bad. Baby, I'm here to stay. I'll carry you like a wave. You're my melody and listen to my tape. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. But you leave me wide. I'm not alone tonight. And you stole my heart. I'm so sad like the blue moon. Baby, where are you? Leaves are falling down, blue moon on top my tongue. Listen to the melody deep inside of me. Clouds are floating